What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another amazing Naruto What If. What if Naruto's parents survived the Kyuubi attack? If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. It was a beautiful day in Konohagakure, and Kushina Uzumaki had gone to visit the doctor that day. It was then that the medical ninja that had been checking her told her the best thing she's ever heard since the day Minato confessed his love to her. Kushina Uzumaki, you're pregnant, the medical nin said with a smile on her face. Kushina could barely hold in the excitement within herself as she held a smile that stretched from ear to ear. She immediately went towards the Namikaze compound where she and Minato lived to tell her husband the good news. Minato, who was making something in the kitchen, heard Kushina come in the door, being the amazing shinobi that he was. When Kushina came around and greeted him around the corner. "Ah, Kushina, how was your trip to the doctor, is everything alright?" Minato asked as he greeted her with his legendary warm smile. "Minato, what do you think about having a baby?" She barely asked without just telling him the news right then and there. "A baby?" he replied, slightly confused. "I'm gonna be a mother, ya know," Kushina said, unable to further contain her excitement. So surprised by the news, Minato dropped the bowl that he had in his hands and asked, "I'm gonna be a father." "A mother, ya know. I'm a father." They embraced each other so lovingly it would have been awe-inspiring for anyone if they saw it. However, Minato's smile quickly changed from a smile to a frown, because he knew what would happen when Kushina gives birth. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was sitting in his office doing the greatest enemy of all cages, paperwork. That's when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, came into his office in order to discuss the matters of Kushina's birth. "Even though I'm very happy for the both of you, you know very well what will happen, correct?" Hiruzen said very seriously. Minato stopped doing the paperwork, and took on a very thoughtful expression before saying, "Yeah, the seal for the 9 tails will be at its weakest at that point. It'll be best to have her give birth in a secluded location with very tight security. This should be kept a secret at all cost," Hiruzen said. "I know," Minato said. 9 months later. Ironic, huh? Kushina was to give birth to her son, Naruto. Flashback. Jiraiya had recently come back to the village after hearing the news that Kushina was pregnant. "Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't know you would be coming back so soon. It's great to have you back," Minato exclaimed. He was always excited to see his teacher and father figure. "Well, after I heard you were gonna have a kid I had to come back. It was only right," Jiraiya replied with a smile. "I also see you've been reading my first novel. I didn't really do a good job on it though. It has quite a few errors and the words are a bit childish," he added sheepishly. "I think it's a wonderful story, sensei. The main character reminds me a lot of you. His attitude to never give up is something I want my son to have. Actually, I want to name him after the main character in your book, sensei," Minato said. "Are you sure? I came up with the name randomly while eating some ramen. I didn't put much thought into it," Jiraiya said, rubbing the back of his head with a smile. "Naruto. That's a wonderful name," Kushina said while rubbing her stomach thoughtfully. "Well, I guess that makes me the kid's godfather, huh?" Jiraiya replied with his trademark grin. End flashback. "It hurts, ya know." Kushina cried out in pain as she was in labor giving birth to her son Naruto. "Is she alright?" Minato asked worriedly. Bawako, yelling at Minato, said, "This is why men can't give birth, just focus on the seal, Minato." Minato just nodded and did as he was told. The 9 tails was struggling to escape as he himself knew that this was the best opportunity for him to be free. Minato sweat as he was trying to keep the seal intact. Boy, the 9 tails was sure making it difficult for him. Outside of the cave that Kushina was giving birth, a masked man slipped through the barrier undetected by Anbu and then assassinated all that were on watch. At this time Kushina finally got through the labor pains and given birth to healthy blonde baby. "How are you feeling, Kushina?" Minato asked as he noticed Kushina's pain had stopped. "Just tired," Kushina replied with a weak smile. It was then Bawako handed Naruto to Kushina wrapped in a red blanket with tears forming in her eyes. "Welcome, Naruto," Kushina said as her first words to him. Minato also had tears building up in his eyes as he was extremely proud of this moment, for he knew he had, in his eyes, achieved the greatest achievement any man could have, and that was having a child. A masked man entered the cave and assassinated Bawako. "Naruto, was all Minato heard from Kushina as the masked man had abducted Naruto away from her. Step away from the Jinchuriki or this child will die at the tender age of 1 minute, the masked man said as he pointed a kunai towards Naruto. Please just calm down, Minato said to the masked man. You're one to talk, I am perfectly calm. The masked man said as he threw Naruto up in the air and was prepared to slash him. Just then, Minato flashed towards Naruto and caught him before the masked man could reach him. You're as fast as your nickname suggests. But what are you going to do about that? The masked man asked as some exploding tags on Naruto's blanket started to shimmer. Minato being the great shinobi, he was reacted faster than the average shinobi would and hastily threw away the blanket and warped to a kunai he had outside. After pulling out the wooden stake he had in his shin, he flashed away to his home before the stake could even hit the ground. I'll be back, Naruto. I'm going to save your mother, Minato said, smiling softly to a sleeping Naruto. However, Minato was far from happy. But for the first time in his life, Minato was too late. The masked man had already extracted the 9 tails from Kushina and attempted to kill her with him. But Minato saved her just in time, which was mattered to him the most, she was still alive. He then teleported in a yellow flash back to his home with Naruto and set Kushina next to him. Why? Kushina muttered weakly. That doesn't matter right now, Minato said. Thank you, Minato, Kushina said very weakly. Minato just looked at her and their son with sad eyes. However, that facial expression changed from sadness to anger. He grabbed his Hokage battle uniform and put it on and said with pure conviction, back in a flash. With that he flashed away to the top of his face on the great stone faces. That's when the 9 tails shot a tailed beast bomb at him, in which Minato cast a few hand signs and warped the ball of destruction away. Just then the masked man appeared behind him and tried to warp him away while saying, I am your opponent. And you've already lost. However, Minato flashed away to the forest of quiet moving, and the masked man followed him there. He was able to sneak past a barrier and assassinate hand-picked Anbu from the 3rd Hokage without being noticed. He also knew that during childbirth the seal would be at its weakest. He also has a Sharingan and knowledge of how to control the 9 tails. There's only one shinobi that I know of that is capable of such feats, Minato thought to himself. Are you Madara Uchiha? Minato inquired. No, that's impossible, he should be dead, but it doesn't matter who you are. Why are you attacking the Leaf Village? I wonder about that. But you can say that I did it on a whim, or that it was planned, or that is for both war and for peace. The masked man stated before chains fell from his sleeves and rushed Minato. After the first clash, Minato thought, he dematerializes to avoid my attacks, but he rematerialized to attack me. So at the moment he strikes is my chance to get him. It all comes down to who is the fastest. He and the man dashed towards each other, and Minato threw his signature kunai and as expected it phased right through him. Then he charged a Rasengan. That's when the masked man said, I win. Then Minato flashed to the kunai he had previously thrown and slammed the Rasengan into his back while marking him with his jutsu formula. This is my flying Raijin level 2 inches, Minato said with conviction. Then he flashed towards the man again and placed a contract seal in order to separate him from the 9 tails. With this the 9 tails is no longer yours. Minato added. There are many ways to go about ruling this world. The 9 tails will be mine again, the masked man said with a serious tone before warping away. Minato had taken Kushina and Naruto, stating that he would have to make Naruto the new 9 tails Jinchuriki. As Minato prepared the altar, the 3rd Hokage knocked Minato out and sealed the half of the 9 tails into Naruto and half the 9 tails within Minato, believing that the two of them could easily control it and become the most unstoppable tag team in the shinobi world. I know what you want to say, Kushina, but I have lived long enough already. This is my final duty as the Hokage. I'm doing this on my own free will. Nothing you say or do will persuade me to change my mind. I want you both to look after Naruto. Even though he has just been born, I can sense that he will be something really, both as a shinobi and a human being. I'll see you in the next world. Hiruzen finished his speech with a smile. Seal, and with that the 3rd Hokage was no more. Minato slowly opened his eyes as they were not quite used to the light yet. Where am I? What am I doing here? Is this the other world? Am I dead? Minato thought to himself in a low voice. As his eyes got adjusted to the light, He saw something, or rather someone that he thought was the most beautiful thing on the planet, and smiled. "Minato, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you," Kushina said, tearing up a little bit. "Yeah, how long have I been out?" Minato asked, as he slowly tried to get up, but struggled to do so. "You've been unconscious for 4 days. The village has been in a bit of a chaos with you being unconscious and the death of the Sandame." She said the last part in a low voice, still upset that he sacrificed his life in order to protect her, Minato, and the village. "I see, so it wasn't a dream," Minato said in a low voice, seeing the Sandame getting ready to the Reaper death seal, right before he fell unconscious. "Come on now, this not the time for you to be sulking, kid," said a man from behind Kushina. "Jiraiya-sensei, aren't you sad that the Sandame is gone now?" Minato asked with a sad and regret-filled face towards his master. "Of course I'm sad, but this is exactly what he wanted to do. This was his last act as the Hokage. Sure, I'm going to miss the old geezer, but I'll never regret anything in regards to him. Don't you remember Kushina, right before he died, what did he say to you?" Flashback. Right before the third Hokage was going to seal the 9 tails away. "I know what you want to say, Kushina, but I have lived long enough already. This is my final duty as the Hokage. I'm doing this on my own free will. Nothing you say or do will persuade me to change my mind. I want you both to look after Naruto. Even though he has just been born, I can sense that he will be something really, both as a shinobi and a human being. I'll see you in the next world." Hiruzen finished his speech with a smile. End flashback. "Yes, I remember all too well, Jiraiya-sensei," Kushina said with a sad smile. "But I also believe in exactly what he said to me, that Naruto will be really special as a ninja and as a human being." She added, "Speaking of Naruto, where is he? I never really got a chance to see him because of the whole incident." Minato asked. "He's right over here, Minato-kun," said a woman with blonde hair tied into pigtails. She also wore a green coat that had the kanji for gamble written on the back of it. "Tsunade Nichan, when did you come back?" Minato asked with a bright smile. He always saw Tsunade as an older sister figure. He could always tell her anything and ask for advice. In a way, she was kind of responsible for Minato gaining the courage to marry Kushina in the first place. Tsunade handed Naruto to Minato. Minato looked at Naruto with a warm smile, so proud of the fact that he was responsible for this child to come into existence. "Naruto," he started with a warm smile, then his smile became a look of conviction and confidence. "I swear that I will protect you and Kushina. I will help you become a greater shinobi than anybody before you. I will fulfill the Sandame's wishes," Minato thought. Everyone in the room watched him as they all had a feeling they knew what he was thinking. "So, Minato, what are you going to do about the elephant in the village?" Jiraiya said, finally breaking the silence. Minato's face turned serious as he knew that he couldn't just tell everyone the Kyuubi just magically disappeared. They'll have to know that there is a Jinchuriki for it now, well, 2 Jinchurikis. Minato said as he was referring to himself and Naruto. "I think you should just tell them that you and Naruto are both the Jinchurikis now. There's no point in hiding it, besides the only person who might actually have a problem with it is." Tsunade said, but cut off when everybody said the same name. "Danzo," everyone said simultaneously. "He'll probably say that the Hokage can't be a Jinchuriki because the tailed beast could very well corrupt your mind, all in an attempt to take the Hokage title away from you." Kushina added, "I will just tell them the truth. I have always been a good Hokage, in my most humble opinion, so I don't think that they'll have hatred towards me for an extensive period of time. However, the question is how they will treat Naruto when they find out that he is also the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. We'll just have to tell them, and I'll need you two to back me up on this." Minato said towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. "No problem, we will be right beside you the entire time," Jiraiya said with his usual grin. "Well then, let's get started," Minato said as he tried to get out of the bed but was hit with an intense pain throughout his body. "Oh no, you don't. You're not going anywhere until you've healed all your wounds, which aren't too bad, just chakra exhaustion and a few contusions. Nothing that can't be fixed within a few days," Tsunade said to Minato. Minato could only sweat drop as he knew that a few days in the hospital could feel like an eternity, not by experience because he was never one to really get injured, but from stories from his friends from the academy. A few days later, Minato came out of the council room absolutely furious. "Bunch of morons, those civilians. It seems they can't understand the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed in. Minato said to Kushina, fuming at what had just happened in the council room. Flashback. Minato had told all of the council members that he and Naruto were both Jinchurikis now because that was the only way to defeat a tailed beast. The civilian side of the council believed that Minato was a monster now and he shouldn't be Hokage anymore, which they expected. They also even managed to as far as to threaten execution upon Naruto. It was then that Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kushina all released their full-fledged killing intent on the civilians for threatening their child. Some of the civilians wet themselves and cried in fear. Even some of the shinobi were sweating an awful lot due to the amount of killing intent being forced upon them. Ultimately, Kushina's friends decided that it was unfair to threaten her baby and her husband for something they had no control over. With that, the council meeting had ended. Danzo was seething in anger. Yet again he was foiled in trying to take the Hokage position. Sometimes drastic times call for drastic measures, Danzo thought as he walked out of the room. End flashback. Kushina, we need a vacation, Minato said very tiredly and stressed. Sure, what about that little inn just outside of the village? We'll even take Naruto with us, Kushina said, smiling at Minato. Good, I'm going to need a break away from the village. I'll put Tsunade in charge until we come back. We should only be gone for a few days. Minato said, smiling in relief that his wife agreed with him about a vacation. Kushina tucked Naruto into the crib that she had bought for him while Minato was in the hospital. Sleep well, little Naruto-kun, she said as she gave him a loving kiss on his forehead and watched him drift soundly to sleep. Good night, Naruto, Minato said as he turned off the lights and climbed into bed with Kushina. We have a lot more work ahead of us now, even more than before, Kushina said to Minato. I know that, but I think we'll be able to enjoy it though. I would have given anything for the three of us to be a family, Minato said with his trademark smile. Danzo was sitting in his chair drinking a cup of tea, when his Anbu that he had summoned finally came. Is there something you need, Dienezo-sama? The Anbu asked emotionlessly. Yes, I have a plan to get some power to run the village the way it's supposed to be. For that I would like you to keep a close eye on Shisui and the rest of the Uchiha clan, Danzo said very low because he had a feeling he was being watched. Without a word the Anbu shunned Shinned away. Even though this will take some time, the Uchihas will need to be exterminated, they could very well cause a wrinkle in my plans. Danzo thought to himself. Finally, we can go on that vacation I spoke about so many months ago, Minato exclaimed to Kushina, who just giggled at how excited he was to finally go on vacation. It's been about 8 months since the Kyuubi attacked and Naruto was born. The reason why they haven't gone yet is because even though Tsunade agreed to be in charge of the village while they were gone, she said that she would have to re-establish the medical corps in the leaf after she got over her fear of blood, of course. Jiraiya couldn't have done it because he had to keep tabs on Orochimaru, who moves around a lot. Calm down, Minato. Your paperwork load won't get any lighter just because you're going on vacation, Tsunade said in a lecturing tone. Paper what? All I can think about is getting a few days to spend with my family, Minato replied with an ear-to-ear smile. Will you promise not to teach anything bad to Naruto again? Tsunade asked, smiling, remembering the story Kushina had told him just a few days ago. Minato could only sweat drop as he recalled exactly what she was talking about. Flashback. 6 months after Naruto was born he had already learned how to say his first word and he repeated it over and over. Kushina had went out to get some groceries while Minato was watching Naruto. Unlucky for Minato, Naruto's first word was, Mom, so he was determined to make Naruto say Dad at least once. Come on Naruto, say Dad, Minato told to his 6-month-old son. Mom, was all he got back. Please Naruto, please say Dad, Minato asked again, getting a little upset. Mom, once again, was all he got from the rambunctious infant. Say Dad. Damn it, Minato almost demanded Naruto. What Naruto said in return was something different, he didn't exactly like it though. Damn it, Naruto yelled with excitement. Kushina then walked in and said, Hi my little Naruto-kun, how was your day? Naruto then said with all his little might, Damn it. Kushina was surprised and angry as she asked, Naruto, who taught you to say that? At this point Minato was already soaked in his own sweat as he knew exactly what Naruto was going to say. Dad, little Naruto said while pointing at his father. Oh, did he now? Kushina asked as little Naruto was clapping his hands and laughing. Kushina put Naruto down and then Minato began to being beaten to death. Why Naruto? Why? Was all Minato could think as he took the pounding Kushina was giving him. You humans are so amusing. The Kyuubi thought as he chuckled and watched the hilarity. End flashback. Why did he have to learn how to say dad right when he needed to blame me for something? Minato's sweat dropped mumbling under his breath. It was your fault Minato, if you were just patient with him that wouldn't have happened. Kushina said smiling innocently. Yeah, can we go now? Minato said with slight annoyance. Don't have an attitude with me because of your self-inflicted pain. Kushina yelled at him with her hair swaying making it look like she had 9 tails. Yeah, self-inflicted my butt. How could someone hurt themselves that much with just their fists? He thought to himself in a sarcastic tone. Well anyway bye Tsunade Nichan good luck. Minato said happily. Goodbye you too. Be safe out there okay? Tsunade said back as she waved goodbye to them. She then turned around and headed over to the Hokage office pulling out a bottle of sake. She then saw Shizune. You're not going to do any of the paperwork are you Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked as she sweat dropped at the usual antics of her master. I'm glad you know Shizune, Tsunade said nonchalantly. After about an hour of walking at a civilian's pace Minato and Kushina finally reached the town where the inn they mentioned was. Kushina who was pushing a stroller with Naruto in it asked Minato, where's the inn at, because you know I don't really leave the village all that much? Minato then replied, well technically the inn is not really even in the town it's right at the edge because there is a hot springs right next to it. Minato replied with a smile. All of a sudden they both heard a bunch of people panicking and an explosion coming from one of the houses in the town. Kushina, go to the inn with Naruto quickly. I'll be right there. Minato demanded of Kushina as she just nodded and did what she was told. Minato quickly went to investigate the explosion and it was a house engulfed in a huge flame. What happened here? Minato asked a random civilian as he was watching the fire happen. The civilian replied in a very panicking tone, I'm not sure what happened all I heard was an explosion and the entire building was on fire. I think there's people still inside. Minato held his breath as to not inhale any smoke and quickly dashed into the building, in hopes of finding a survivor. He found a little girl was about 3 or 4 years old passed out in the corner of the living room. He grabbed the girl and her eyes shined out of the building. He gently set the girl down and asked the civilians to tend to her until he was done. Minato then flashed through some hand signs and said, water style, water wall, and doused the flames. Was this the work of a shinobi or was the fire a natural cause? Minato thought to himself, maybe when the little girl recuperates, I can ask her what happened. Is she all right? Minato asked a civilian who looked like she was a doctor. Yes, she's fine, she just has a few burns and needs some rest, other than that nothing serious has happened to her. The doctor replied to Minato after tending to the girl. Wait a second. The doctor looked at Minato with her eyes narrowed. Then she opened her eyes in excitement and joy saying, oh I know you. You're the 4th Hokage. All of the civilians that were present looked at him with amazement and surprise. What's someone as important as you doing in a place like this? She continued. I can't tell you why I am here, but no need to fear nothing bad has happened to force me to come here. Minato said rubbing the back of his head smiling. But it doesn't really matter why I'm here right now. What's most important to me right now is the safety of this little girl. With her home destroyed I will take care of her for the time being, so please. Minato said and motioned the doctor to step out of the way so that way he can pick the girl up. He looked at her burned face and thought, wow she actually looks like a baby version of Kushina. I wonder. When Minato got to the inn carrying the little girl, he saw Kushina standing outside with Naruto with a relieved expression knowing that her husband was safe. Then she realized that he was carrying a child and asked, who's that little girl you're carrying? She's a survivor from that burning building. I decided to take care of her until she's able to return to her parents. Minato answered, you don't mind do you? Besides, she looks like a miniature you Kushina. He added with a smile. No not at all. What you're doing right now is the reason why I love you Minato, you're so caring of other people. Kushina said with undying love. I love you too Kushina. Minato replied with a heartwarming smile that made most women hearts melt. They embraced one another and kissed each other lovingly. A few hours later the little girl finally woke up, confused as to where her current location was. She sat up from the bed she woke up from and noticed she was covered in bandages. She then remembered what happened to her to put her in that state as she began to cry. Minato and Kushina heard her crying and ran into the room concerned for her. What happened? Are you hurt? They both asked simultaneously. She continued to cry and managed to sob out, "My mommy," and she couldn't continue any further as she continued to cry more. Minato and Kushina just grabbed the girl and comforted her while she cried constantly saying, "You'll be okay, you're going to be just fine, let it all out." After she was done crying she fell asleep again. What do you think she meant when she said, "My mommy"? Kushina asked Minato. "I think I've got a pretty good idea on what she meant," Minato said with sad eyes. About another hour later Minato and Kushina were still in her room looking after her until she woke up. When she finally woke up she asked them, "Who are you?" "I'm Minato Namikaze and this is my wife Kushina Uzumaki. We're the ones who took care of you while you were unconscious. We really want to help you as much as we can, so can you please tell us about your mommy?" Minato asked with a warm smile to try and show that the girl was safe with him. She nodded and turned to Kushina then saying, "You look like my mommy." Kushina was shocked to hear those words come from her. Could it be? There's still some of us left? Kushina then smiled and asked, "Then your mommy must be a beautiful lady," Kushina said with a cocky grin. Minato just chuckled at Kushina's antics. The girl also let out a soft chuckle. "Can you tell us your name please?" Kushina continued. "Aika Uzumaki," she said very softly. Minato took on a shocked expression while Kushina's face lit up so brightly it could be called blinding. "I'm an Uzumaki too, ya know," Kushina said proudly, and Aika looked at her happily knowing that there is someone who is like her mother. "But first," she continued, "can you tell us what happened in that fire?" Kushina asked softly and sadly knowing this was a very sensitive subject. "Okay," Aika said as she looked towards the floor very sadly. Flashback. Aika was playing with a few toys that she had while her mother was making lunch for her. "Aika, I'm making some miso ramen, is that okay with you?" her mother asked. Her mother was about the same height as Kushina. She had dark red hair almost purple that looked pretty disheveled that extended to the back of her knees. She also had dark purple eyes and a rather slim face. She also had a very fit body as if she was an active shinobi. "Yes mommy," Aika shouted back at her mother excitedly because miso ramen was one of her favorite foods. All of a sudden a masked man warped into the house and held a kunai to the neck of the women and asked, "Where is she?" "I don't know who you're talking about," the women replied as she struggled for breath. "You know exactly who I'm talking about. Where is your daughter Aika? If you don't tell me where she is I'll kill you, and if she's hiding in here I'll just destroy this house," the masked man demanded. "I'll never tell you where she is," she exclaimed towards the man. "Really?" the masked man asked, then he sighed. "Such a shame, looks like I'll have to just kill both of you then." He then jumped back and casts a few hand signs. Fire style. Giant fireball jutsu. The man yelled as it created an explosion and the house was now burning down with the two still inside. "Mommy!" Aika yelled out frantically looking around for her mother. Just then a wooden beam fell and was about to crush Aika until her mother pushed her out of the way. When she looked up she saw her mother crushed under the beam, no longer alive, and a man in a black robe and looks like he had a mask jumping away leaving her to die. She was about to pass out from inhaling the smoke until she heard, "Aika, I will always love you." And with that, she finally blacked out. End flashback. That's all I can remember, but now I have nowhere to go, Aika said sadly, starting to tear up. That damn masked man again. Why is he always trying to kill someone in their family? I swear the next time I see him, he won't get away so easily. Minato exclaimed angrily because he almost knew the pain of losing the most important people to him because of the same masked man. "But don't worry Aika, you can always come with us. We would be happy to take care of you," Minato said with a warm smile. "Yeah, I can't just leave behind a fellow kinsman like that, ya know," Kushina said excitedly as she knew where this was going. "Are you sure? I don't want to bother you," Aika said sadly. "Don't worry, you could never be a bother to us. I'm sure you'll get along just fine. We'll even help you become a shinobi if you want to, so that way you can protect the people you love with your own two hands, ya know," Kushina exclaimed. Aika then looked up and smiled widely and hugged the both of them. "Thank you so much Kushina-san, Minato-san," they both rubbed her head and smiled. "You're welcome Aika," Minato said. From this day forward we're gonna be your parents, and we'll take care of you no matter what, we'll always be there for you, ya know. Kushina said proudly as they embraced for what felt like an eternity. I think Naruto's gonna love you, Minato said to Aika. Too? Who is that? Aika asked. Kushina laughed and said, no sweetheart, that's our son, your soon-to-be little brother. We'll take you to him, come on. She had taken Aika to the room where she and Minato were sleeping in at the inn, and Naruto was already awake. Naruto saw Aika and immediately got excited. Kushina lifted Naruto and handed him to Aika. Naruto grabbed and pulled on her hair, which he did to Kushina and Minato a lot, which showed that he liked her. See, I told you Naruto would love you, Kushina said proudly, knowing that they would have a good sibling relationship. If I become a ninja like you said, can I protect him too? Aika asked, already feeling a strong bond between her and Naruto. Of course you can, that's what being a shinobi is all about. We're going back to the Leaf Village in a few days, but I guess we can buy you some new clothes before then, Minato said, smiling, rubbing the back of his head. Aika continued to look at Naruto and then gave him to Minato, and embraced both of them once more. Thank you mommy, daddy. 6 years have passed since the infamous Kyuubi attack on the Hidden Leaf Village, and it was time for the new generation to finally begin enrolling in the Ninja Academy. Currently a young boy with spiky blonde hair was walking with his family to start his first day at the academy. He wore a sleeveless orange hoodie with a short-sleeved dark blue shirt underneath with green pants and blue ninja sandals. He also had on a pair of green goggles that his older sister had given him for his 5th birthday. He had 3 whisker marks on his face that were set symmetrically on each side of his round face and had deep blue eyes, a trait he clearly received from his father. This boy was Naruto Uzumaki, who was radiating with excitement to finally start the Ninja Academy. A little excited to start the academy, aren't we? Kushina said, smiling at her very easily excited son. Yeah, I can't wait to show everybody what I can do, Naruto yelled with excitement. You know Kushina, he's really a lot like you when you were younger, Minato said, smiling and reminiscing his own academy days. Here I go reminiscing about my academy days too, and it wasn't even that long ago when I graduated from there, exclaimed Aika, also remembering her academy days. Aika had gotten to be a little under 5 feet tall, and her dark red hair had also gotten longer, just barely passing her waist. She wore simple clothing, a long-sleeve black shirt with the Uzumaki symbol on the back of it and black capri pants. She also had a sash on her which had her signature weapon sealed within it. She has bandages wrapped around her ankles as well. She also wore the hidden leaf headband on her forehead with pride. Ever since she was taken in by Minato and Kushina, they trained her into becoming a shinobi. To their surprise, she advanced rather quickly. Even when she started the academy, she also was nearly at the top of her class, just falling slightly under Itachi Uchiha, whom she also graduated and put in the same genin squad with. She had hoped that Naruto would graduate from the academy as fast as she did, but as long as he tried his best she was happy. Even though she knew he would have a hard time making friends because of the Kyuubi attack that her parents by adoption had told her about, she would always be there for him whenever he needed her. After all, her dream as a shinobi was to protect everyone that she cares for. So your son is starting today too, huh, Kushina? A voice of a woman said from behind them. The woman was about 5.5 feet tall, and she had long black hair that stretched to her waist. She wore a black shirt with the Uchiha symbol underneath and a plain beige-colored apron draped over it with black pants. She had black eyes with a round face. She was also traveling in a family of 4. Yes, he is Makoto, and he's going to be a lot better than your son, Kushina replied to Makoto, swelling with pride. Oh, is that so? Well, I bet you my son will graduate as the academy's top rookie. After all, he's been taught by a former rookie of the year, Makoto boasting with pride of her 2 sons. Oh yeah? We'll see about that, Kushina exclaimed, flexing her bicep. The 2 women shared a laugh as their husbands just sweat dropped at their antics. So, Hokage-sama, how have you been? I hope the job has been treating you well, the husband of Makoto asked. He was about the same height as Minato with short black hair that reached his shoulders. He had black eyes and marks that looked like wrinkles on either side of his face. He wore a standard Konoha Jonin uniform with the Uchiha crest on the left shoulder, showing he was on duty as chief of police. He also had a cape-like cloth under his flak jacket that was black and had white diamonds on the bottom of it. Yes, Fugaku-san, it's going as good as it can be. Being a clan head yourself, you should be no stranger to paperwork. Minato replied smiling. He appreciated any time that he was not doing paperwork in his office. How are you, Itachi? Sasuke, are you excited to start the academy? I'm fine, Hokage-sama, Itachi said respectfully as he bowed to Minato. Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm going to beat my brother someday. Sasuke answered, gleaming with joy. I'm sure you will, Sasuke. Minato replied smiling. But I believe it's time for them to get going, don't you think? Yes, I believe it's time for class to start. Go Sasuke, do well. You too, Naruto. Fugaku said with a small smile. Okay. The two said in unison as they ran off into the academy. Well, I think it's about time for me to get back to that paperwork that I just love doing. Minato said, the last part being complete sarcasm. I'm sure Shizune must be getting frustrated with it by now. I think I'm going to go to Ichiraku's and get some miso ramen with pork. Kushina said, almost drooling, fantasizing about her favorite food. Ooh, I'll come too, I want some miso ramen. Aika said, also drooling. If someone didn't know any better, you would have thought Kushina actually produced this child herself. Fugaku thought to himself, sweat dropping. Well, I'm on duty right now, so I'll be going as well. Itachi, tell the elders that the meeting will be postponed until the evening time. I must get going, I don't want to be late for my shift. Fugaku told his eldest son. Yes, father, it will be done. Itachi said as he started walking away. Aika, don't forget, we still have team training today. Try not to be late this time. Itachi added. Don't worry, I won't be late today, I promise, Aika said as she waved goodbye to Itachi and the both went their separate ways. Well, she promised, she always delivers on those. Itachi thought to himself, smiling inwardly. 1 year later. Both Itachi and Aika had taken the Chunin exams and both had passed, earning their rank, becoming two of the youngest Chunin in the village. Even though they were both incredibly happy that they made the rank and their parents were proud of them, they both couldn't help but feel a little sad, now that they were going to often be on separate and more difficult missions. The time they spent as a team were some of the most enjoyable times that they had together. Sure, they didn't agree all of the time, some can even say they were at each other's throats a lot. But when the time came for them to work together, they really connected. I'm so proud of you. Makoto and Kushina said at the exact same time, even though they were in different places. Both of them were extremely proud of their children. Yeah, great job, sis. You became a Chunin at 10 years old, you must be really strong. Naruto shouted at her, looking up to one of his inspirations. Thanks guys, but I wouldn't be a Chunin if it weren't for you guys. She replied smiling, very thankful for the loving family that she has. But still, that is an amazing feat. You trained and became a special shinobi all on your own. All we did was give you a nudge in the right direction. Minato said, grabbing Aika in a headlock. Your genjutsu prowess are really impressive, he added. Thanks dad, but you can get off of me now. She replied, struggling to break his hold on her. They all laughed as this was definitely a moment to be happy about. But there's just this one thing. Aika gained everyone's attention again. I'm kinda gonna miss doing missions with my old genin squad, those were fun times. I just hope that becoming a higher rank won't hurt our friendship. She finished. Minato just chuckled and said, don't worry about that, I'm sure there will be days where you all will be able to hang out with one another. That's certainly what I did with my old team when I became a Chunin. But don't think for a second that I'm going to take it easy on you, just because you're my daughter. I wouldn't think it for a second, she replied. So you've finally become a Chunin, huh, Itachi? Said Itachi's best friend. He was older than Itachi by about 3 years. He had short black unkempt hair and black eyes. He wore a high-collared black shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and a strap in order to carry his ninjutsu. He wore black pants and black shinobi sandals. Yes, Shisui, I think I'll be able to beat you now, Itachi said, smiling at his best friend and older brother figure. Don't get all cocky now just because you got promoted, Itachi. You're still 50 years too young to be challenging me. Shisui replied smugly, even though he knew deep down inside one of these days Itachi will be stronger than him. Itachi merely chuckled before he continued. But you know, Shisui, I think I'm gonna miss being a genin because I know the challenges ahead of me are only going to get tougher. Besides, our missions when we were genin were fun. Now we're all going to be off doing separate missions, some more dangerous than others. Not that I would ever be afraid to continue on my path, but I'm just gonna miss the old times. Itachi said with a sad smile. Oh come on Itachi, I'm sure you don't want to have to catch that damn cat again, do you? Shisui said, and Itachi just chuckled. Besides, he continued, I'm sure you'll be able to see her every now and then, Shisui said, smiling, teasing Itachi as he knew why Itachi was feeling down. Itachi put on his most stoic face possible and argued, it's nothing like that. He then turned away from Shisui. The missions were just fun, that's all. Itachi said, smiling with a slight red color brushing his cheeks. Sure Itachi, I'm pretty sure that's what they all say. Shisui said, laughing. It seems Itachi Uchiha has become a Chunin Lord Danzo, said an Anbu who was reporting to Danzo about the Uchiha's development. He is becoming quite strong, in due time he will very well be a formidable shinobi. Danzo started, but he is very loyal to this village. He is one of the Uchihas that I have no doubt will side with the village should anything happen. Danzo finished, but he may very well lean towards the other side as well. And Shisui may end up interfering in my plans, albeit unintentionally. But that won't stop me. Continue surveying them, report back to me the second you find something interesting. You are dismissed, Danzo ordered his Anbu, and without a word or sound shunned away. Iruka was giving a lecture about the history of Konoha. At the Valley of the End, that's where the Shodem Hokage fought and defeated Madara Uchiha, the other co-founder of the Leaf Village. All Naruto heard, however, was blah 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 Madara blah 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 Leaf Village, not paying much attention because his mother had already crammed that information into his head when he was very young. Naruto, pay attention. Iruka shouted at Naruto using his patented big head jutsu. I'm awake, I swear I'm awake. Naruto hastily replied, trying to cover for himself. So what was the place called where the first Hokage fight Madara Uchiha? Iruka questioned him. And if you get it wrong the whole class will line up and do a transformation jutsu test, he continued. The Valley of the End. Naruto replied, surprising everyone in the class because kids had already started lining up thinking he would get it wrong. That's correct. Wow, I'm actually surprised he got it right. Usually he'll say a fact about something else because he wasn't paying attention. Good job Naruto. I didn't really want to do that test. Sasuke told his longtime friend. Yeah, me either, and I know everyone was going to be upset if I got it wrong. Naruto said, grinning. Later that day, Naruto got home upset about something. Welcome home Naruto, is there something wrong? Minato asked his son. Dad, I just can't do the clone jutsu. Every time I try to do it, I can only create one and it looks pathetic. Watch, Naruto said as he did the hand signs for the clone jutsu. A poof of smoke appeared and appeared one clone, if you can even call it that. It was extremely pale and it hardly looked like Naruto at all. I see. Minato said, all right Naruto, I will teach you a special type of clone jutsu that only you will be able to use in the academy. He continued with a smile. Really Dad? Can we start right now? Please, Naruto begged as his eyes glowed with excitement. I'll only teach it to you once you've mastered all the other basics as a shinobi. I'll teach it to you. Besides, I think you'll learn it really fast. Minato said. But Dad, I already know how to do the wall walking, substitution and transformation jutsu. I already mastered the basics. So can you teach it to me now? Naruto said with the puppy dog eyes jutsu that every child was a master of. All right Naruto, I'll test you on it right now. Minato said as he threw his spoon at Naruto with no warning, and Naruto substituted with a chair that was on his left. Good, now do a transform into me in my Hokage uniform. Minato ordered. As the poof of smoke cleared, Naruto was fully transformed as Minato in the Hokage uniform. Now I want you to walk up the walls and across the ceiling. Minato ordered Naruto, and Naruto did just that. Naruto stood on the ceiling with a wide grin and said, see, now you have to teach me the jutsu. Minato smiled and put his hand on Naruto's head and said, okay Naruto, I'll teach it to you right now. Come. They began to walk outside in their own personal training field. Now this jutsu is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It separates the user's chakra and makes identical copies of the person. Understand so far? Minato started and Naruto nodded. However, the difference with these copies compared to the regular clone jutsu is that they are not illusions, they are physical clones. The reason why this jutsu is not used that much is because it takes a large amount of chakra to use. But that's the reason why I'm teaching it to you. Because you have so much chakra. Minato finished. So how much chakra do I have, Dad? Naruto asked thoughtfully. Well, if I were to make a rough estimate, I'd say you have about 4 times more than your sister. At this point Naruto was grinning ear to ear. Okay, here is the hand sign, as he made a cross with middle finger and index finger with both hands. You separate your chakra and distribute it into 2 copies of yourself to create the clones. Watch, Minato said as he made 3 shadow clones. Now you try. Naruto nodded and said, Shadow clone jutsu. And a large puff of smoke appeared, and when it disappeared there were about 25 Naruto shadow clones. Minato did his best fish impression as he witnessed Naruto do the shadow clone jutsu on his first try. Wow, I'm awesome, look at how many clones I made. Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. But Naruto, that doesn't mean you mastered the technique, but I am proud of you that you were able to create so many clones on your first try. But you need to work on your chakra control, practice until you can create any specific number of clones. Minato told Naruto with a smile, glowing with pride for his son. Naruto then began to practice the jutsu every day until he would master it. 1 week later Minato was getting ready to test Naruto on the shadow clone jutsu. Okay Naruto, let's see how far you've come, now make 4 clones. Naruto made the hand sign and created 4 shadow clones. Good, now make 3 more. Naruto did as he was told and created 3 more shadow clones, making 7 in all. Good, now dispel those clones and create only 1 clone. Naruto broke the jutsu and created 1 shadow clone just as he was told. I'm very proud of you, my son, that is a very advanced jutsu to learn, and you've mastered it within a week. Minato said as he ruffled Naruto's hair as he was gleaming with confidence and excitement. Yahoo! Now I can pass the graduation test without any problems. Naruto shouted. Just because you've mastered this jutsu doesn't mean you can slack off, Minato lectured his son. Yeah, I know that, but come on, I can't wait to show off this jutsu. Thanks Dad, Naruto shouted as he went back into the house. Minato just watched him run off and smiled. He reminds me so much of Kushina. You can come out now, Minato said, and an Anbu came out from behind a tree. Hokage-sama, I have urgent news, we need to speak somewhere more privately. The Anbu said. Very well, come to the Hokage office. Minato said as they both shunned away. What is the problem, what happened? Minato asked the Anbu. The Uchiha are planning a coup, claiming that they are sick of people looking at them with contempt and fear because an Uchiha was behind the Kyuubi attack 7 years ago. The Uchiha elders are responsible for starting this idea. I see, what do you think we should do? Minato asked. Hopefully we can resolve it peacefully, or at least prolong it so that way we can come up with a way to resolve it peacefully. But in the worst case scenario there will be a civil war. And I believe Itachi is the trigger for it. Shisui said to Minato. I'll see what I can do, but for now just report to me any further developments on the situation. Minato said, although knowing Fugaku and the Uchiha elders, they will not be easy to convince. This could lead to civil war in the village if not dealt with. It had been about a little over 3 years since Shisui told the Hokage about the uneasiness of the Uchiha clan. And that's the current situation, Itachi stated to the Hokage. Shisui and the elders of the village were also present. So it's finally come to a full-blown plan to overthrow me. But why would they want to do such a thing? Minato questioned. Perhaps it's because of that incident that happened 10 years ago. Ever since, the civilians and other shinobi had looked towards the Uchiha with contempt and fear. Shisui answered. All because of the fact that the man that you said was controlling the Kyuubi was an Uchiha of incredible strength, Lord Fourth. He added. They are beyond reason anymore, our backs are against the wall. There is only one way to end it all. And that is the elimination of the Uchiha. The village comes before any one clan. Danzo said, emotionless, causing Itachi to pipe up. Don't ever threaten my family ever again. Even though the future of the village is more important than any one clan. Total annihilation of the Uchiha is not the way to go about it. I agree with Danzo that the threat must be eliminated. We must eliminate them before they eliminate us. Minato, we must take decisive action. Homura explained. Minato didn't even seem to be listening until he asked. It's true that they are beyond reason at this point. But total annihilation of the Uchiha is out of the question. But I have an idea, Itachi. Shisui, can you tell me the names of the people involved in the plan, especially the higher-ups? Itachi began to name off all the people involved in the coup, including his own father. I see. So Makoto is not involved in this? Minato asked. No. She has tried on several occasions to convince my father to call back on his plans. But he would not listen. It's almost as if he is an entirely different person. Itachi explained with his expression saddening. I believe that if we cut off the head of the snake, then the rest will follow suit. But there will be no easy way to do this. Minato said, knowing Itachi would catch his drift. The elimination of the elders and my father. Itachi said, knowing what Minato was getting at. I could always use Kotomi Tsukami and make them change their minds. However, all of the higher-ups are aware of my Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. I will have to convince all of them at once in order for that to work. But getting them all in the same place while making eye contact with me will be next to impossible. But I still have to try, Shisui added with his Mangekyo Sharingan active. That might not work because if they know about that ability, I'm sure that they have some form of countermeasure against it. However, if there is a chance that we can do that, I'll take it. But you will have to do it as fast as possible because we are short on time. However, should anything escalate before you're able to use the genjutsu, you will have to cut off the head of the snake. Do you understand me? Minato said, putting his trust into Shisui and Itachi to accomplish this task. Yes, sir. They both said at the same time and shinned away. Minato, you don't really believe that they'll accomplish that genjutsu? Even if he does manage to pull it off, there is no way to know for sure if they are going to stay that way. We should be thinking of the greater good for the village. Danzo exclaimed. Danzo, they are more than enough to help protect this village. As the Hokage, I will put my trust in them and believe in them. I can't just kill off an entire clan just because they might actually go through with a coup. The will of fire burns in them way more than it ever will in you. Minato explained while giving a stern look at Danzo, who just got up and walked away. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Makoto was sitting down at the lake that was in the Uchiha clan compound where Sasuke and Itachi would usually practice their fire techniques deep in thought. It was late and she decided that she was going to turn in for the night. As she was walking towards the door of her family's home, an Anbu dropped down and said, Danzo would like to speak to you at this moment, it is extremely urgent. What does he want at this time? She asked. I don't know anything beyond the scope of my mission. Knowing Danzo, it probably isn't good. She mused. Good evening, Makoto Uchiha. I'm sorry that I had to call you on such short notice like this. Danzo said. It's a pleasure, Danzo-san. Makoto replied very stoically. I'm sure you are very aware that the village is at a very well appreciated time of peace, and no one would want that peace to turn into war and chaos. However, there is an obstacle that needs to be eliminated in order to truly stabilize the peace in the village. Lord Fourth, as much respect that I have for him, he is too soft, he is too forgiving, he is not strong enough as a leader to make the harsh decisions. I'm sure you know where I'm getting at. Danzo explained. The Uchiha coup. But I'm against it all. So what is the reason for you calling me down here? To give Itachi more motivation to annihilate evil-possessed clan. Danzo said as Anbu came down and grabbed Makoto by her arms, but she disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone, one of the Anbu said. She couldn't have gotten far. Get her, Danzo shouted. Makoto was dashing through the woods when two more Anbu intercepted her path, forcing her to stop. With her Sharingan active, she noticed that the Anbu that tried to capture her before also appeared. They all rushed her at the same time. Even though she wasn't really an active shinobi anymore, she was still a force to be reckoned with. She was skillfully dodging and parrying all the strikes until she jumped back and casted a few hand signs. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Makoto said as she breathed out a large flame dragon towards the Anbu who were engulfed in the flame. However, Danzo basically materialized behind Makoto and tried to strike. Makoto, however, sensed the danger and dodged the kunai Danzo tried to stab her with. Unfortunately, that Danzo was just a clone and the real Danzo appeared in front of her and punched her in the gut, knocking all the wind out of her and snatched her left eye out of her head. Now for the other eye. Danzo said as he reached for her other eye until she used the body flicker technique to get away. Get her. Make sure you don't harm her other eye. I should have known that Danzo will come after the Sharingan. Makoto said to herself as she was hopping from tree branch to tree branch, unable to see properly. She stopped to try and catch her breath. That was until the Anbu Danzo had sent before surrounded her with exploding kunais. Remember, aim for the legs, not the face. We don't want to damage her eye. As the Anbu were about to throw the kunai, Makoto's right eye started spinning and took on the shape of a disc with 3 rectangles extending from the disc, revealing her Mangekyo Sharingan. A large explosion occurred, and when the smoke cleared, the Anbu were so shocked that you could see their expressions even though they were wearing masks. "What is that?" one of them asked. What they were looking at was a giant white skeletal humanoid that looked like it was made entirely of chakra, with a straight sword in its right hand and a bag in the other hand. Makoto clutched her last bleeding eye in pain and then was going to collapse. Then a giant fireball came from the forest direction and caused the Anbu to scatter. She was caught by a man that she immediately recognized. "Itachi," she said weakly. "I thought you went on a mission. Something felt off, so I came back, just to be sure." Itachi replied with a small smile. As he shunned Shind away with Makoto to a safe place. "The Foundation are involved. They went to drastic measures in order to make sure that you will exterminate the clan. They will probably come after my right eye too. But before that happens, I want you to have it," she said as she took her eye out and handed it to Itachi, who reluctantly took it as he started tearing up. "Come on, Itachi, you know shinobi don't cry. I want you to protect the village and Sasuke. With my death I'll give you the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha is in your hands now. I love you, Itachi, I always will." Makoto finished smiling as she leaned back and fell into the river, committing suicide. Itachi's Sharingan then shifted into the 3-pointed Sharingan, revealing that he indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He decided to take matters into his own hands. He began one by one slaughtering all the Uchiha elders. Itachi then got back to his own home, and was prepared to have to kill his own father. However, Fugaku was lying in wait for him. "So you chose the village over your own flesh and blood, Itachi?" Fugaku said without turning around, and Itachi didn't respond. He just got into a battle stance, ready to fight his own father. "Don't bother, Itachi, I'm not your enemy right now. With all the elders eliminated, it is impossible for me to continue this coup. But know this, a man has spurred me on and made me realize everything that was wrong with this world. A man by the name of Madara Uchiha." Itachi's eyes widened at this statement. How could that be possible? He should be dead. Itachi only needed to kill a few people, so he did not need the help of Obito this time. Itachi exclaimed, confused more than ever. "I thought that too, but things that he's explained to me gave me reason to believe him. But Itachi, I'm abandoning the village. Tell Sasuke I was the one who killed Makoto, because in a way it was my fault. We will meet again, but I want you to take care of Sasuke for me," Fugaku said with a tear in his eye. "I will, father." With that, Fugaku left. Itachi burst into a silent river of tears. "Brother," said a voice from behind Itachi, who was too busy feeling sad to notice that Sasuke came behind him. He dried his tears and turned around and saw Sasuke standing there with tears in his eyes and his Sharingan with one Tomo awakened. "Will I ever get to see father again?" Sasuke asked his older brother. Itachi said no words as he just walked towards Sasuke and hugged him as tightly as he possibly could for a while, and then he said, "Sasuke, I want you to find people to care about, and I want you to get strong so you can take care of them. And no matter what, never forget your friends." Sasuke just nodded as he understood what Itachi was talking about. "So it's been done. How did things ever go this far?" Minato said with a regretful tone. "Lord Hokage, my father did say something before he abandoned the village. He said that he had a co-conspirator to the coup. He said that the Mont's name was Madara Uchiha." Itachi stated, and Minato's eyes widened at hearing the name of one of the Leaf's co-founders. "The man I fought 10 years ago during the Nine Tails attack also implied that he was Madara Uchiha. With the power that the man had possessed, there is no reason to believe that if someone could extend their life like that, it would be him." Minato mused. "However, your father shall be listed as an S-rank shinobi that should not be confronted until the Hidden Leaf is alerted." He added, "Very well, Minato-sama," Itachi said respectfully. "But I want you to take it easy for a couple of weeks, you've been through a lot lately. I'm sure the rest will do you some good, so I will not assign you any missions for a while." Minato told Itachi with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Fourth, I appreciate your concern," Itachi replied with a smile. He really needed a break after all he's been through. Itachi proceeded to leave the Hokage Tower and he began walking to the academy to pick up Sasuke. He had promised to train him how to use his Sharingan. "Hey, Itachi," a voice said in a distance, and Itachi immediately recognized that voice and turned around and smiled. "Hello, Ika. How are you doing today? Itachi asked his female best friend. I was about to ask you the same thing. I heard about what happened last night. You've gone through so much and I just wanted to know how you're feeling. Aika asked with sad eyes, knowing her best friend had gone through with watching his own mother kill herself and forced to kill his own kinsman, while his father abandoned the village. I'll be fine. After all, when there is love, sacrifice is born. I know without a doubt my parents loved me, and they were proud of me even though they didn't directly agree with my ideals. But when I have people like you around me, I'll be able to get past anything that's thrown at me. Itachi said, smiling, causing Aika to blush a little, knowing that she was one of Itachi's most precious people. I know what it's like to watch my own mother pretty much commit suicide. But you're a strong shinobi, Itachi. I believe that you'll even be the successor to my father someday, because I believe in you. Aika said, hugging Itachi with so much love it was palpable. Itachi really felt loved, almost like the love that his mother would show him. Soon, I should make it happen. He thought to himself. Well, I must get going. I promised Sasuke to train him, and I don't want to be late. Okay, I'll see you around then. Aika said. She just couldn't help herself with thinking about how cute Itachi looked and how good of a person he was. After all, she had just hit puberty. Maybe I'll make my move after Naruto graduates from the academy. Little did she know that Itachi had a crush on her already. 2 years had passed and the fateful day had finally come. Today you are all finally ninja. Congratulations, but that doesn't mean you can start slacking off. In fact, you'll have to work even harder than before. But I'll now tell you the squad you are all on. Team 1, Iruka said in a lecturing voice. Naruto wasn't paying much attention to this as he was just listening for his name and Sasuke's name. Then Naruto perked up when he heard Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto and Sasuke grinned at each other, glad to be on the same team because they were such close friends. Team 8 and 10 are the same with the exception of Sakura being on Team 8 instead of Hinata. With the announcement over, all the genin went outside to meet their parents after being told their Jonin senseis will be there to meet them at 3 p.m. Yay, I'm finally gonna be a real ninja. Naruto exclaimed as he and his family were in the academy yard waiting for everyone to show up. Congratulations little bro, you definitely earned it. Aika said. She hasn't changed much, she still wore the same clothing, only she became pretty well endowed. I see that you became on the same team as my little brother. Itachi, it's good to see you again, it's been a long time. Naruto shouted happily. Itachi was almost like an older brother to him. I hear Sasuke graduated Rookie of the Year, just barely above Naruto. Aika said to her longtime friend. Yup, it seems the Uchihas take it again this time. Itachi said, smiling and swelling with pride that the Uchihas once again beat the Uzumaki family at graduating top of the class. Oh, shut up, Aika said, hitting Itachi in the arm, who just laughed it off. But it's good to be together again after a while, she continued as she kissed Itachi on the cheek, who blushed. Once all the graduating students had arrived, Minato began to speak. Congratulations all of you for passing the final exam and graduating from the Shinobi Academy. The crowd began to cheer and then quieted down when Minato began speaking again. You've all become full-fledged ninja. I know that you will bear the name of Konoha Shinobi with pride, and you'll be one step closer to fulfilling your dream as a shinobi. But remember, the times ahead will only get tougher. Train, get stronger and be prepared for anything that may come. The will of fire is within you all. I can see that just from looking at you. I'm so proud to be representing you all as your Hokage. Now go. Celebrate with your families, you've earned it. Hours later, Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke were in the academy waiting for their Jonin sensei to arrive. They were the only people left in the room because the other teachers had actually showed up on time for the team meeting. It's already been 2 hours since this guy was supposed to meet us. You know what, I'm going to punish him for being so late. Who's with me? Naruto said, getting frustrated. Count me in on that. We could be training right now, but this guy insists on making us wait. Sasuke said, also getting frustrated. What about you, Hinata? You want to help me with this? Naruto asked the incredibly timid girl. That's fine with me, Naruto. Hinata replied, blushing a little bit, clearly having feelings for the boy. Alright, we're gonna do the oldest trick in the book. Water on top of the door prank. Naruto exclaimed with his fist out. As they finished setting up the prank, someone opened the door and in stepped a Jonin with silver hair and the standard issued Konoha uniform and was caught in the prank hook, line, and signer. Yes, that shows you for being late, Naruto said. The Jonin just sighed and said, meet me on the roof, I'd like to get to know you a bit better. They might just be the first team I ever pass. Hope you all enjoyed the chapter. It's sad to see Makoto die like that, but at least the Uchiha massacre was prevented, right? I guess that makes up for it. I do have some plans for Shisui in the future as he will make a major impact. But what will happen now that Naruto is finally a genin? Find out next time on Just What If. Chapter 6. Team 7 Assemble. Omake. Itachi x Aika finally a couple. Aika was checking herself out in the mirror, making sure everything about her looked okay. She had recently turned 15 and was about to go on her very first date. She had on a black sleeveless dress that stopped right at the base of her thigh with a thin brown belt on her waist. Her hair was curly and her makeup made her look even more beautiful than she already was. You look beautiful, honey, Kushina said, smiling warmly as she looked at her daughter. Thanks, Mom. Did you make sure that Dad won't know about this? Aika asked, knowing that Minato probably wouldn't approve. Yes, everything is fine. He's still at the Hokage Tower doing paperwork. He shouldn't know about this. Kushina reassured her. Then the doorbell rang. That must be him, Kushina said as she went to answer the door. There was a man standing there in a black tailored suit, and he wore a fragrance that just spoke how much of a gentleman he was. Good evening, Itachi. Oh, hello, Sasuke. Kushina said the last part a bit surprised that Sasuke was standing next to Itachi. Well, I couldn't leave Sasuke by himself, so I was going to ask you if you could look after him while we are out. Itachi replied, smiling. You act like I'm some sort of small child, Sasuke complained while Kushina and Itachi laughed. Come in, she's ready, Kushina said as she motioned to make Itachi come into the house. Aika stepped out, and when Itachi saw her, his face lit up like a Christmas light. She looks so in that. No, Itachi, you must control your hormones. You look absolutely amazing, Itachi complimented, and Aika blushed and said, thank you, you don't look too bad yourself. All of a sudden there was a yellow flash and Minato asked, hey Kushina, did you finish cooking dinner yet? He then turned around and saw Aika, Itachi and Kushina as they froze in their tracks. What's going on here? Minato said as he narrowed his eyes. Though he already had a good idea what was going on, he just wanted to make sure. Well, Daddy, I'm going on a date with my boyfriend, Itachi, Aika said slowly and began to sweat. Minato's head lowered as a shadow was cast across his face before saying in a low voice, date, boy, friend. All of a sudden they were all succumbed to the most intense amount of killing intent they had ever felt, so intense that objects in the room started to rumble and shinobi outside brought their guard up preparing for an attack, especially Itachi, since most of the killing intent was directed towards him. Everyone began to sweat immensely, not used to seeing this side of Minato. Minato then spoke up, if I ever hear that you break my daughter's heart, I will murder you so badly that you will cease to exist, neither in this realm or any other outer realm. And you better not decide to have fun with her, because when you both get back, I will have you both sniffed by an Inuzuka and have your mind searched by Inoichi. This relationship will cease to exist should you fail any of my tests. Do you understand, Itachi? Yes, Itachi replied, absolutely scared for his life. Yes, what? Minato shouted. Yes, sir, Itachi shouted as he stiffened. Good, Minato said, smiling as his usual self. Everyone stood there baffled as to what just happened. They all thought Minato was insane at this point. Have a good time, sweetheart, Minato said as he kissed Aika on the forehead before glaring at Itachi once more just to get his point across. Don't worry, I will, Aika said, wide-eyed, still scared at what she just witnessed. Meet me on the roof, I'd like to know you all a bit better. Kakashi said to his new genin team. They might be the first team I ever pass. He thought to himself. If that prank was anything to go by. Kakashi then shunned away to the roof, waiting for his newest genin team to follow him up there. The three new ninja just looked at each other and nodded in agreement as they went up towards the roof to meet where their new sensei had directed them to. Once they got up there, they saw Kakashi with his arms crossed leaning on the railing as if trying to make himself look cooler. Okay, now that you're all here, why don't you tell me about yourselves, your names, your likes, your dislikes, your dreams, things of that nature. The three genin just looked at Kakashi confused and he just sighed. Okay, then I'll start. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. My likes? I don't really have any. My dislikes? I don't really dislike many things. My dreams? Well, that's not really any of your business. Okay, now it's your turn. Kakashi said with an eye smile. What? You didn't tell us anything but your name. Naruto shouted angrily at Kakashi for how little information he gave. Really? I usually don't give out that much information. Kakashi replied coolly. The genin just fell to the floor in a comical fashion. Well then I'll go. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training and hanging out with my family. I dislike the time it takes for the ramen to be done. My dream is to be the greatest Hokage so people will acknowledge me for who I am, not because of my father. Naruto declared ambitiously. He's a lot like his mother, Kakashi thought with a smile. Alright, what about you? Kakashi said looking towards Hinata. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like cinnamon rolls and zenzai. I don't like crabs and shrimp. My dream is, Hinata said blushing intensely at the last sentence. She didn't want to finish the last part. She would absolutely die if anyone ever found out about her feelings for Naruto. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like training with my brother. I dislike too many things to name right now. My dream. The wind blew as he took a dramatic pause before continuing, to eliminate a certain man and bring back honor to the Uchiha clan. So it seems we have an Avenger on our hands. Hopefully he won't stray on to the wrong path. Kakashi thought, making his final assessment on his new genin team. Alright, tomorrow come to training ground 3 at 6 AM for your real genin test. Don't eat any breakfast or else you'll throw up. See you around, Kakashi told them before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What does he mean by real genin test? I thought we already became genin when we passed the final exam at the academy? Naruto asked confusingly. He probably means it's our first test as genin. Sasuke answered. I'm going home to train. Later, he continued before jumping off the rooftop and beginning his trek towards the Uchiha compound. Oh well, what are you going to do, Hinata? Naruto asked his teammate. Hinata perked up and started to blush before answering her crush. Well, I have to get home so I can train with my younger sister. Aw, that's too bad, cause I didn't have anything else to really do today. Oh well, maybe I can train with my mom or something. See you later, Hinata. Naruto said a little disappointed before he started jumping rooftop to get to his family's house. Hinata watched him leap away with eyes longing for acknowledgement, if only he knew how she felt. A nice group of kids, aren't they? Minato asked with a smile while he was gazing inside the crystal ball that he used to keep tabs on the citizens of the village. Yes, they are, Minato-sama, but you still haven't told me why you have summoned me. Itachi replied. I thought that you might enjoy what's going to happen in about a minute or so. Besides, I have to ask you a couple of questions regarding the incident a few years ago. Minato replied, smiling. Oh, and what could that be? Itachi inquired, referring to the event that apparently would be happening in a few seconds. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in, Minato said as his smile quickly transformed into his interrogation face. A face Itachi knew all too well. Minato then motioned for his Anbu to leave before the person could fully enter the room. Judging from his facial expression, this is not going to be good for whoever is about to come in. That face still makes my blood run cold. Itachi thought, shivering as he recalled the memory of when he was going to take Aika out for the first time. Itachi's eyes then focused on the man who had just walked in the room and immediately started to get angry, shivering with the attempt to not murder the man right then and there because he was responsible for all the hatred that he felt in his heart. Danzo, Minato started, glaring at the man in question. You summoned me, Hokage-sama? Danzo asked emotionlessly. It has come to my attention that you still have not abandoned your root program, after the many times that both I, and the Sandaime Hokage, have warned you. Because of the incident in which you were involved in about the death of Makoto Uchiha a few years ago, you have been under investigation. I know that you are trying to seize power by any means necessary in order to protect the village. Though that is admirable that you wish to protect the village, the means do not always justify the means. Minato explained to Danzo, still holding his emotionless gaze upon the man. Danzo then asked. So why have you summoned me, Hokage-sama? Danzo asked, starting to become a little nervous, even though he would never let that show in front of Minato. I know that you want to be Hokage, Danzo, so that you can rule the world through power. If you really want to be Hokage, you'll have to kill me first. Minato said. Then all of a sudden, faster than the normal eye can see, Minato was right next to Danzo, who was beyond scared at this point, before Minato said into Danzo's ear. You want to be Hokage? Go on, make it happen. Danzo was beside himself in his mind but remained composed. Itachi just whistled at Minato's show of speed. He's not called the Yellow Flash for nothing. No, Minato-sama, that won't be necessary. Danzo said with his usual tone. Good, if you continue your route program or try to do any other underhanded schemes, you will be charged with treason and be immediately disposed of. Do we have an understanding? Minato commanded Danzo, leaking a pretty large amount of killing intent with every word that he said. Understood, Danzo said. You are dismissed, Minato said, holding his gaze on Danzo until he left the room. Minato then turned to Itachi with a more neutral facial expression before asking. So Itachi, did you enjoy that? Well, at least all of the killing intent isn't directed at me this time, Itachi replied with a small smile. Minato chuckled before asking Itachi. I had to ask you, Itachi, what is the reason that Makoto was targeted by Danzo? Do you have any idea? I must know so that I can make preparations of any betrayal that Danzo may commit. Itachi thought for a moment before saying, he probably sought the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, my mother's in particular. The Mangekyo Sharingan? I've heard of it before, but why Makoto's? First, I'll have to explain the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is no ordinary Sharingan. It is a much more advanced version of the normal Sharingan, granting the possessor of this eye incredible abilities. There is the Amaterasu, a just yu that causes black flames to appear and burn the intended target. Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu that makes 72 hours of torture in the genjutsu only last about 3 seconds in the real world. Then there is the Susanoo, a deity that is basically summoned from the user's chakra that is an ultimate offense and defense. Finally, we come to my mother's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. There is rumor that there is a set of these eyes that control space. Her eyes were the counterparts of that set. The ability to control time. Itachi explained, letting the words sink in as Minato's eyes widened at this. Control over time? How could that be possible? Minato asked. However, like all jutsus, there are risks and limitations. My mother's eyes are very special. The left eye has the ability to revert the time of anything its gaze falls under. However, the maximum amount of time it can revert is 5 minutes, and it can't revert the same thing twice. This is the eye that Danzo took from her. Her right eye, however, which was entrusted to me, has the ability to slow down and speed up time. However, the user can only slow down or speed up time or 5 seconds. But once that power is used, it cannot be used again for 5 minutes, making pretty impractical for battle. But as to what Danzo will use that eye for is beyond me. Itachi finished explaining. That's some ability. Who knows what Danzo is planning to do? But no matter, if Danzo even breathes in a way that's suspicious, I will be notified by Anbu. Should the time come where he does commit treason, I will deal with him myself. Minato said with conviction. No, Minato-sama, I will do it, this is personal. Itachi said, Sharingan blazing. The next morning, Team 7 were waiting at Training Ground 3 for Kakashi. Unfortunately for them, Kakashi has an unbearable habit for being extremely late. Why is he so damn late? He tells us to come here really early and he doesn't even show up on time? This is the second time we had to wait over 2 hours for him. But my dad says he's one of the strongest ninja in the village. Naruto exclaimed, frustrated with his new sensei's bad habit of being incredibly late. Shut up, Naruto, you complaining is not going to make him come any faster. We just have to wait. Sasuke said coolly. Oh, shut up, Teme, I'm just sick of him being late. Naruto replied hastily. Maybe he has a good reason for why he's so late. Hinata suggested to her teammates. Just then Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. You're late. All 3 genin shouted, pointing at him. Kakashi's sweat dropped at being yelled at by his genin squad. Sorry guys, I was on my way over here when suddenly a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. He replied lamely. But anyway, let's get started. Your task is very simple, Kakashi said as he pulled out 2 small silver bells tied to a red string. You just have to take these bells from me. But if you can't take them from me by noon, you'll go without lunch. If you fail, you'll be tied to that trunk while you watch me lunch. Bebit sensei, There's only 2 bells, what if one of us don't get the bell? Hinata asked. How observant of you, that's right, that means one of you will fail automatically and be sent back to the academy if you don't retrieve a bell. Kakashi said emotionlessly. Damn it, it doesn't even matter if we get the bells or not. Someone will fail, at some point we might even turn against one another. Sasuke thought to himself, worrying that Naruto or Hinata might actually attack him if he had a bell. Begin, Kakashi declared as all the genin hid from him except for one. You know, compared to the others you're a bit weird. Kakashi said, sweat dropping as he saw Naruto was the only one who didn't hide. I'm going to take one of those bells and defeat you, Naruto said as he charged straight for Kakashi and tried to punch him. Kakashi just pulled out his Makeout series book and blocked Naruto's punch without looking. Naruto then tried to kick him only for Kakashi to duck out the way, but Naruto knew he would duck, so he did a hammer blow towards Kakashi's head only for him to disappear. What the? Naruto said to no one in particular. You know you shouldn't let your enemies get behind you so easily, Kakashi said as he formed the tiger seal. Hidden Leaf Secret Finger Jutsu a THOUSAN Years of Death. Kakashi shouted as he poked Naruto in the butt and sent him flying. However, to Kakashi's surprise, it was a shadow clone. He can do shadow clones? You know, I'd say the same thing about you, sensei, said Naruto from behind Kakashi as he tried to retrieve the bells only for Kakashi to jump back and throw a shuriken at Naruto, causing him to poof out of existence. Another one? I should expect no less from the son of the Yellow Flash. Kakashi thought proudly. Now where are they? And that's the plan, got it? Sasuke asked his other teammates. Got it, Naruto and Hinata both said in unison. All of a sudden Kakashi saw Hinata jump from out of the bushes and hurled 2 kunai at him. Kakashi easily dodged and engaged Hinata in taijutsu. For a moment she held her own until Sasuke decided to join the fray by throwing kunai at Kakashi. Kakashi then jumped back into the side again when Sasuke and Hinata both threw more kunai at him. Finally, when he landed, Sasuke was going through hand signs for a fire-style jutsu. He's just a genin. He's not supposed to be able to do that. Fire-style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he exhaled a huge fireball towards Kakashi, who was about to dodge when a pair of hands came from the ground and held him place. Kakashi was engulfed in the flames before it was revealed that it was a simple substitution. Phew, almost got me there. That was a great plan. Their doi. Kakashi's thoughts were cut off when he was binded by ninja wire and saw 10 Narutos jumping towards him to try and take the bells. Then one of them changed into Hinata, who was about to hit him with a gentle fist strike to immobilize him. But unfortunately Kakashi escaped and grabbed Hinata in a chokehold and held a kunai to her neck. The Narutos just stopped their assault and began to sweat. Don't move or I'll kill her. She's just a genin after all, Kakashi said, threatening to harm Hinata. Wait, if we surrender will you let her go? Sasuke negotiated with Kakashi. Fine by me. Drop your weapons and dispel the clones, Kakashi demanded, and they followed his instructions. And as promised he let Hinata go. Damn, we almost had him, Naruto said as he punched the ground in frustration. We just have to try harder next time, Sasuke added. Why yeah, we did our best, Hinata chipped in. So we fail, right? We're all going back to the academy? Sasuke asked. No, that was terrific teamwork you guys displayed. And when you were faced with the decision to either continue the mission or save your comrade, you chose to save her even if it meant surrendering and failing the mission, which is a shinobi's #1 priority. In this world, those who break the rules are considered scum. But those who abandon their comrades are even lower than scum, Kakashi explained to the young genin. You all pass, he finished with a smile. Team 7 officially starts their missions tomorrow. Now come, ramen on me. You've earned it. Naruto's eyes were shining like dollar pieces at the mention of his favorite food and that someone else was buying it for him. Yahoo, we're going on missions and Kakashi-sensei is treating us to ramen. I don't know how this day could get any better, Naruto shouted with glee. Sasuke just shook his head and Hinata just smiled. There's something special about these three. To come up with such a brilliant plan to capture me in such a short amount of time, with this being their first team combat situation. I should expect no less from the Hyuga heir, Uchiha prodigy and the son of the Yellow Flash. So you passed Kakashi's test, huh, Naruto? Minato said, smiling at his son who officially became a full-fledged ninja. Yeah, me, Sasuke, and Hinata came up with a brilliant plan to capture him. Even though it didn't work, he still passed us because we chose to save a comrade instead of completing the mission. Naruto replied to his father with a happy expression. Oh, is that so? Well then, Naruto, since you're a full-fledged ninja now, I'm going to teach you one of my strongest jutsu. You'll have a choice of which one you want to learn, Minato said to his son, and seeing the look on his son's face he could tell that's the happiest his son had ever been to learn something. What's my choices, Dad? Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Minato just chuckled and said, Hiraishin, or Rasengan. Hiraishin or Rasengan? Naruto asked confusingly, looking at his father with interest. What are those jutsu? Well, Naruto, Hiraishin is a time-space technique that transports you or anything you're touching to a specific mark instantly. It is the reason why I'm known as the Yellow Flash, Minato said before pulling out one of his special kunai. You see, the markings on this kunai is a jutsu formula that is required to use the Hiraishin or Flying Thunder God technique. Here, I'll show you. Minato finished before grabbing Naruto's shoulder and used Hiraishin to transport them outside to their training field. That was so cool, Dad. Do it again, Naruto exclaimed happily. Minato just smiled at the excitement level his son had before taking out even more kunai and throwing them at some random spots that Naruto could see. Pay close attention, Naruto, Minato told him before he used the technique that gave him his moniker. Naruto just watched in awe as his father transported to each spot the kunai were and took them out of the tree so fast, if he blinked, he would have missed it. Naruto, this technique is extremely difficult to use because creating the seal for using it is incredibly difficult. Writing a jutsu formula is incredibly difficult. But you will have to make your decision first, Minato said. Now for the Rasengan. Minato began gathering chakra in his hand as it started to swirl and created a big blue ball of chakra. Naruto stared at in awe and then asked, what type of jutsu is that? It's an offensive jutsu that requires the change in chakra form, and uses a heavy amount of chakra rotation. Minato started before slightly looking to his left and continuing. If you're going to stand there, the least you can do is help me demonstrate, Ika. Naruto just looked confused before he saw Ika come out from behind the tree. Hey big sis, when did you get here? Naruto asked excitedly. He was always happy to see his older sister. You're as sharp as ever, Dad. I was actually trying to conceal my presence, Ika said, smiling. Well, you have to be when you're the Hokage. Minato chuckled. But as I was saying, this is an offensive type jutsu. Now Ika, will you please make a shadow clone? Ika complied and got some distance between Minato and the shadow clone. Naruto, you might want to stand back, Ika warned Naruto, and he nodded before following her advice. Now I'll show you how powerful the Rasengan is and the way that I use it. Come, Minato said as he pulled out a kunai before throwing the kunai, missing purposely. He then used his Hiraishin level 2 on the shadow clone, creating a pretty big crater in the ground. Naruto was just awestruck at the explosiveness of the jutsu, but he began to think about which jutsu he wanted to learn. Minato and Ika stared at Naruto as he thought about which jutsu he would pick. Then he thought back to the words that Kakashi had told him during his team's Genin test. Those who break the rules are considered scum, but those who abandon their comrades are even lower than scum. Naruto remembered in his head, then he perked his head up as he finally made his decision. Dad, Naruto said, getting Minato's attention. I want to learn the Hiraishin first, Naruto stated, looking at his father, who just looked a bit surprised, thinking Naruto would want to learn the Rasengan first. What made you make the decision to learn the Hiraishin first? Minato asked, purely out of curiosity. It's what Kakashi-sensei told us during our bell test. Those who break the rules are considered scum, but those who abandon their comrades are even lower than scum. I never want to abandon my friends. I want to use it to protect my friends. Isn't that what a Hokage is supposed to do? Naruto asked Minato, and he just smiled and said, That's right, Naruto, it's the Hokage's duty to watch over and protect his village. Everyone who lives in the village are his comrades. My son will be a great Hokage, with him being the son of Kushina and I, who are both masters of the sealing art. Sealing should be in his blood. He should have Hiraishin down in no time. Minato thought to himself. Well, I have to say, little bro, that's quite admirable. You make seeing you as Hokage actually seem possible now, Ika teased. Hey, What's that supposed to mean? Naruto shouted at his sister before he began walking back to the house. Where do you think you're going? Minato questioned his son. Naruto turned around and saw the stern look his father was giving him before it turned into a smile. It's time to get started. But first, I have to teach you about the sealing arts. And by I mean your mother. Kushina. Minato called out to his wife. Yes, Minato, what do you want? Kushina responded to Minato's beckoning. I'm going to teach Naruto the Hiraishin, but I need you to teach him the basics of sealing. Minato said. Kushina looked at him and narrowed her eyes. Why can't you do it, Sir Yellow Flash? Kushina asked, spitting at the last few words. Because I thought this would be some good mother-son bonding. Besides, I want to spend some time with my little girl too. Minato said, wrapping his arms around Aika's neck, who was struggling to break free of his grip. Kushina smiled warmly at what Minato said. The man was right. It certainly had been a while since her and Naruto bonded. Okay Naruto, I'll teach you the basics of the sealing arts. Now remember, the sealing arts are the most difficult kinds of jutsu to learn as it requires concentration, good penmanship and hard work. Do you understand? Kushina asked in a lecturing tone. But why do I have to do that? Wouldn't it be easier if I just wrote the jutsu the same way Dad did? Naruto asked before Kushina hit him on the head before scolding him. Did you not hear what I just said? Sealing jutsu is way more complicated than that. All I did was make a suggestion, you didn't have to hit me on the head. Naruto shouted back at his mother. If you don't start getting serious, there is plenty more where that came from. Kushina shouted back at him. Minato and Aika just sweat dropped at their shouting contest before scurrying away so Kushina wouldn't turn their attention to them. Dad, Aika started, getting Minato's attention as they went in the house to cook dinner. Those weren't the only reasons why you wanted Kushina to teach him the basics, were they? Aika asked Minato because she was a little skeptical as why he made Kushina teach him when he could have easily taught Naruto. Nothing gets by you, does it? Minato asked with a smile. Well, if you really want to know, it's because I want him to go through the same thing you went through a few years ago. You can call it a little revenge for what he did to the Hokage monuments. Minato said with a devious smile across his face. You don't mean the TFH, do you? Aika said with a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Minato didn't answer as he just laughed maniacally. Aika shivered as she remembered her training from hell. Flashback. A few days after Aika graduated from the Ninja Academy in the Namikaze training field. Aika, now that you've become a full-fledged ninja, the road as a shinobi will only become tougher. Kushina said to her adopted daughter. I will be teaching you the sealing arts, since you are already extremely profound in genjutsu, something Minato and I aren't very good at. But know this, Kushina said as the wind blew for dramatic effect. This training will be what I call TFH. Aika looked at Kushina confusingly before asking, what's TFH? Kushina was about to answer her question when Minato said from a tree behind Kushina, training from hell, that's what it is. It's training so rigorous and so tough, people think that it was created by the devil himself. But it's actually a training method passed on by the Uzumaki clan when teaching sealing jutsu to their children. I've never gone through it, but let's just say that without that training, Kushina wouldn't be nearly as strong as she is today. Minato said before he left, silently praying for his daughter. Mom is incredibly strong. If training from hell really made her this strong, I'm in for serious trouble. Aika thought before she gulped, knowing she was going to be in hell for a while. Okay, we shall begin with learning how to seal items and scrolls. Kushina said before changing her outfit into her standard Jonin attire and pulling out 2 scrolls. Scrolls like this can be used to seal weapons, items and other things of your choosing. Kushina then opened one scroll and out came a giant shuriken. All you have to do is apply your chakra to the sealing formula that's in the scroll when the item is in contact with the scroll. Watch, Kushina said before sealing the Fuma shuriken back into the scroll it was previously in. Simple enough. But this is also going to be training for your chakra control. Since you can walk on walls already, we're going to make this way more difficult, such that training from hell. Kushina explained to Aika, who looked incredibly nervous at what was about to happen. Earth style. Skewer field jutsu. Kushina shouted as she casts one hand sign and a few 6-foot-tall spikes emerged from the ground. Aika jumped back as to not be hit by any of the spikes. While Kushina was standing on a huge earth pillar. I'm going to drop various weapons and boulders from up here. Keep your balance on the spikes and use these scrolls to seal the items being thrown at you. If you avoid them, you will start all over again." Kushina yelled from atop the pillar so that Aika could hear her. This really is going to be hell. Aika's sweat dropped before her intense training began. Day after day she went through this rigorous training. Kushina even made Aika do laps with Guy-sensei while writing sealing formulas for privacy seals. She wanted to cry, but crying was just going to make her start from the beginning, which she did not want to do. End flashback. All of that, just because he painted that image of mom beating you up on the Hokage monument? Dad, you're pretty evil at heart. Aika said, sweat dropping. Well, he was going to have to go through it anyway. It's just that this time I don't feel all that sorry for the pain he's about to go through. Do you want to go through Jiraiya-sensei's training from hell? I would be more than happy to make you go through it. Minato said, glaring at Aika with dark eyes. Aika started sweating bullets before Minato just grabbed her and hugged her tightly. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that to my baby girl, Minato said bubbly. Okay Dad, you're suffocating me. Aika said, lacking air. Minato released his grip and rubbed the back of his head. Hee, sorry. After about a month of doing boring D-rank missions and enduring his mother's training from hell, he was finally ready to be taught the Hiraishin. Minato began showing him how to write the jutsu formula for time-space seals. Naruto had advanced really well, almost as if he had seen these seals before. He had gotten his own jutsu formula down really quickly and was practicing jumping towards those seals. However, it was difficult for him to warp to the actual mark. He would always warp to the general area. But now it came to the point where Naruto was tired of doing boring D-rank missions and was ready to do something more exciting. Naruto and his team had just done their weekly job of catching Tora the runaway cat. Seriously, it's almost like a schedule for each team on each week to capture the cat. Come on Dad, can't you give me something a little more flashy for me? All these missions we've been getting can be done by civilians. I'm way too good to be stuck catching cats. Naruto pouted like he would when he was younger. Kakashi just sighed at his rudeness. Naruto, you must be more respectful when addressing the Hokage. This is not your house, this is a place of business. He scolded. No, it's perfectly alright Kakashi. Considering the progress they have made, they are certainly ready for at least a C-rank mission. Let's see what we have for them. Minato said as he started looking through some documents until he saw a good mission for them. Okay, here's a good one. It's an escort mission. Take the bridge builder to Land of Waves and protect him while he finishes the bridge. Shizune, will you please send in the client? Minato asked Shizune and she complied. In came an old man, gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. They're going to protect me? A bunch of snot-nosed broths? The man known as Tazuna asked with quite the attitude. Who are you calling snot-nosed, you stinky old man? Naruto shouted at the man, angry at the insult thrown at him. Now I assure Tazuna that these kids are full-fledged ninja and are more than enough to protect you. Besides, should anything escalate, Kakashi is here to bail you out. Minato reassured Tazuna in a respectful manner. Shut up, you idiot. You don't have to scream and shout all the time, you know. Sasuke said coolly to Naruto as the static started build up between them. Kakashi held both of their heads before they could start going at each other and said, Alright you two, that's enough. Pack your tools and everything you need for a few days and meet at the south gate in an hour. 3 hours, got it. All the genin said at the same time and Kakashi just sweat dropped. Minato and Shizune chuckled because they knew of Kakashi's late habits. Don't worry you guys, or rather Kushina will make sure he gets there on time. Minato said with a devious smile, making Kakashi's blood run cold. Now go on, you three have a mission to prepare for, don't you? Right. The genin said before they bowed respectfully and left the tower with Kakashi. At the Uchiha compound, Sasuke was packing up all his ninja tools and other various things he would need just as Kakashi said. His ears perked up when he heard, So, you're finally going on your first mission outside of the village, huh, Sasuke? Itachi questioned. Yeah, we're going on an escort mission to the Land of Wave, help some old guy build a bridge. Sasuke replied, still packing his tools. It sure has been a while since I've been on an escort mission. Itachi said, reminiscing. All the missions have been on recently were capture missions. So Sasuke, you're finally going on a real mission, not like those other boring D-rank missions a civilian could do. A familiar voice said from behind Itachi. Yeah, so how are things going as the new clan head, Shisui? Sasuke asked, turning around and smiling. You don't really want to know, it's a bunch of boring stuff. I have no idea how I got elected to do this. Shisui replied. Well, you're a better leader than I would have been. You're way more spontaneous and charismatic than I am. Itachi said with a smile. Don't be so modest, Itachi. You're way more patient than I am. Seriously, it's hard to hear the same things about finances every day, knowing that the only way to get paid is by doing missions. Shisui complained while Itachi just chuckled at his friend. Well, anyway, I must be going now. I don't want to be late. Sasuke said to them. Alright Sasuke, remember to do your best, don't let Naruto beat you. Itachi told his younger brother, who just nodded. Father, I'm going on a mission outside of the village. I won't return for a few days. Hinata explained to her father in a respectful manner. Ever since her mother died to the complications of Hanabi's birth, her relationship with her father was more respect than it was love. Her father stopped believing in Hinata once Hanabi had beaten her in a spar to decide who was going to be the next head of the Hyuga clan. Alright Hinata, make sure you're not a burden to anyone on your mission. Show them what the Hyuga clan is made of. Hiyashi answered back to Hinata. Hinata had to prevent a small smile from creeping on her lips because this was the first time her father actually had faith in her in a long time. Yes father, I will do my best. Hinata replied as she respectfully bowed and left the room. That was the first time in such a long time he has even whispered something about my abilities being anything other than awful. He probably just doesn't want me to embarrass the Hyuga clan. Hinata thought, losing the confidence she thought her father had given her. No, my baby can't go outside of the village yet, he's too young, Kushina cried, when her son told her he'd be leaving the village for a mission, hugging him tightly. Mom, you have to let me go, I'm going to be late. Naruto barely managed to say with how tight Kushina was holding on to him. Mom, you have to let him go. He's growing up now, he can take care of himself. Ika said, trying to pull Kushina off of Naruto. No, he's my little fishcake and he'll stay my little fishcake. Kushina continued to sob, slowly losing her grip on Naruto. First you Ika, now Naruto, I'm starting to get old. But remember Naruto, the number one rule of any mission is, Kushina was saying to Naruto before he interrupted her. Come back alive, he said. Don't worry Ma, I'll come back alive. Until I become Hokage, there's no way I'm gonna die. Naruto declared. Kushina wiped away her tears and smiled. You're just like Minato, promise me, you'll come back alive. Kushina extended her pinky. Promise me too, little bro. Ika said, extending her pinky as well. Naruto locked pinkies with both of them and said, I promise. Tazuna and Team 7 and all met up at the southern gate as planned. Kakashi was the last to arrive as he was dragged by his hair by Kushina just to make sure he came on time. Minato-sensei can be so cruel sometimes. Kakashi thought to himself, weeping anime tears. Then in a yellow flash Minato appeared and said, Wait Naruto, I almost forgot to give you this for completing the training from hell. He handed Naruto a scroll before continuing. It'll be very useful to you. I suggest you open it as soon as you get a chance to stop. Minato said with a smile and Naruto nodded. Okay, let's go, Naruto exclaimed as he ran off. He then realized everyone else were walking at a moderate pace and turned around. I thought we were in a hurry? Why is everyone dragging their feet? Naruto questioned before Kakashi explained. Listen Naruto, Tazuna is not a shinobi, we have to move at a civilian's pace, be considerate of other people. Naruto just sighed deeply before he started walking at their pace. They had been walking for a few minutes until they walked past two puddles of water. Kakashi immediately took notice of it and prepared himself for battle. When they got past the puddles, they transformed into two hidden mist ninja who attacked Kakashi, splitting him in half. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto shouted as he witnessed Kakashi torn apart. Now that we got rid of Kakashi, we just had to get rid of the bridge builder. One of the demon brothers said as he rushed to Tazuna. However, Sasuke threw a shuriken and kunai into his chain, sticking it to a tree, preventing him from moving. The other demon brother was going to rush to Tazuna as well, but Naruto stood in front of him and produced 10 shadow clones. The demon brother dispelled a few of them, but 10 against 1 was unfair odds for despite their rank. Naruto had touched the shoulder of the demon brother and marked him with his Hiraishin mark. When the demon brother jumped back, he started to weave hand signs for a jutsu, but he was too slow. Naruto was instantly behind him bearing a kunai to the man's neck and said, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Naruto demanded of him, while Naruto's clones who weren't dispelled tied him up with ninja wire. The brothers growled in irritation that they were beaten by a few genin. "Excellent work you three. Sasuke, excellent work with your shuriken and kunai. Naruto, that was incredible speed and work with shadow clones. Hinata, even though you didn't get to fight, you still took correct action by protecting the bridge builder. I'm proud of you all." Kakashi smiled with his one eye. However, these are Chunin-level ninja. Demon brothers of the Hidden Mist Village. I didn't fight because I wanted to know who their target was. Whether it was ninja attacking other ninja, or they were going to attack the bridge builder. Their target was Tazuna. If their target was me, they would have fled after they assumed I was killed, but they attacked the bridge builder. This is at least a B-rank mission. These genin don't have enough experience to go on a B-rank mission regardless of their skills. We are turning back unless you tell us the truth, Kakashi explained. Tazuna sighed before he started speaking. The man that wants my life casts a long and deadly shadow. A man by the name of Gato. Kakashi's eye widened and said, "Gato, the millionaire who runs the seaports. Why would he want your life?" "He wants my life because the bridge that we are building will prevent his monopoly from continuing. Once the bridge is built, he won't be able to run our village anymore. The people are poor, we can only afford a C-rank mission. That's the reason I lied to you. But if I die now, the bridge won't get finished, and people will continue to struggle and starve," Tazuna said with a saddened expression. All the other genin were saddened by this. "Well, now that you've told your story, we can't turn back now. Besides, even if we did, Naruto would never forgive me," Kakashi assured Tazuna with a smile. "But those were Chunin-level ninja. Once he finds out they've been defeated, they'll send in stronger ninja than them. So be prepared, the battle has only just begun." Kakashi-sensei?" Hinata called to him, getting his attention. Kakashi turned around and gave his attention to her. "What is it, Hinata?" he questioned her. "Why, you said that the battle has just begun. Do you really think they'll send stronger ninja towards us?" Hinata asked worriedly, fearing that there might be a ninja that even Kakashi can't defeat. "Those two are Chunin-level ninja, meaning they are on rank higher than you. When Gato finds out they have been defeated, he'll probably send in a Jonin-class ninja, the same rank as I am," Kakashi explained to Hinata, who still looked worried. "Don't worry about it, Hinata. I'm sure you saw the way Naruto and Sasuke handled those two ninja. I'm sure that we all can take on anyone that comes our way." Kakashi reassured her with an eye smile. "Yeah, Hinata, those guys weren't even that tough, and if that's one of their best, then this will be a piece of cake," Naruto said, palming his fist. Hinata smiled and blushed at Naruto's words. He always encouraged her to do her best. "We should get moving though, we should try to reach our destination before anything else happens," Sasuke said. "Good idea. But first," Kakashi said before weaving some signs. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared, and when it dissipated there was a small, pug-like dog with brown fur and a dark brown snout and ears. He has pink-colored paws and wears a blue vest and a blue forehead protector on his head, similar to the way Sakura wears her forehead protector. The genin looked in awe at the dog Kakashi just summoned. "Yo Kakashi, you need something?" the pug asked. "Yes, Pakun, I need you to alert the Hidden Leaf's gate guards about those two over there," Kakashi said, pointing to the demon brothers who were tied to a tree. "You see, we got into a battle and," Kakashi added before being interrupted by Pakun. "Save me the details, Kakashi, I'll just go report this." Kakashi just shook his head and mused. He must have been in the middle of something. Oh well, must not be that important. The group began walking and continued to walk until they got to the town where a seaport was, where they would take a boat to get to the land of waves. When they set off on the boat, for a short period of time, they were traveling by using the motor that was on it. However, once the mist started to settle, the navigator on the boat began to use a paddle to continue on their path. "Hey, how come you stopped using the motor? I thought we were pressed for time?" Naruto questioned. "Naruto, be quiet, he turned off the motor because it would make too much noise." Under normal circumstances he wouldn't have to, but our mission is to protect this man. We don't want anyone to know we are arriving in the country. Kakashi explained to the young Uzumaki, who just sat back and waited patiently until they got to the island. When they got to the island, they thanked the navigator and paid him his earned money before heading off again. They had been walking for about 10 minutes or so before Kakashi sensed danger and yelled, "Everyone get down." Everyone ducked as they saw a huge blade flying from the forest direction and embedded itself into a tree, and a very intimidating man was standing on top of the handle of mentioned blade. The man was a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was normally seen wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He was shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt which looked like he used to carry his blade. He also wore baggy pants with the striped pattern and wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the man, never losing his calm demeanor, and called him out. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the Hidden Mist Village. The genin just looked at him in absolute fear as they felt the large amount of killing intent that came from Zabuza. Kakashi of the Sharingan, what an honor. Zabuza replied, and Sasuke's eyes widened at the man's words. Kakashi of the Sharingan? How? He's not an Uchiha, so how could he have the Sharingan? Does he really have the Sharingan? Sasuke thought to himself as he eyed Kakashi as he began reaching for his forehead protector that covered his left eye, and revealed a fully awakened Sharingan with 3 tomo. Sasuke couldn't believe it. Another person besides an Uchiha had the Sharingan. He would have had to ask Kakashi how he got it if they made it out alive. Then the killing intent became even stronger as Kakashi began to flare his own. Sasuke was frozen in place. Is this the tension of 2 Jonin class ninja? I can't take this. I feel like I should just end my life here. BEF. Sasuke's thoughts were cut off when Kakashi said, "Sasuke, calm down. I will not allow my comrades to die, this I swear." Zabuza made the first move by taking his blade out of the tree and began hiding in the forest. The mist that they were already in began to thicken even more, to the point where they could hardly see in front of them. "Hinata, use your Byakugan and discover his location," Kakashi ordered. "I'm already on it, Kakashi-sensei," Hinata said with her Byakugan already active. "He's over there, Kakashi-sensei, to your right." Hinata warned Kakashi, and Zabuza changed positions and announced, "Well, it seems you have a Hyuga brat among you. Well, I'll just have to thicken the mist then to the point where the Byakugan is useless." Just as Zabuza said, the mist began to thicken even more. "There's so much chakra laced within the mist now, I can't see him anymore," Hinata yelled. "Everyone get in the manji formation and protect the bridge builder." Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique. If you relax for even a moment, you'll be dead before you even realize it, Kakashi warned as he continued to search for Zabuza. The genin surrounded Tazuna on every side with kunai drawn, preparing for whatever may come. Then they heard from all around them. The larynx, spine, liver, jugular vein, collarbone, kidney, and heart. All points of instant death. Now which one should I choose? Zabuza asked to no one in particular as he materialized right in the middle of the group's manji formation, ready to strike. Hinata began to scream when Zabuza started to swing his blade, thinking that it was over. All the genin had similar thoughts. But Kakashi stepped in the way and stabbed Zabuza in the stomach before he could harm anybody. But upon further inspection, Kakashi realized that it was a water clone, and when the clone dispelled, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and cut him in half. However, it was just a water clone of Kakashi as well, and Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza and held a kunai to his neck and said, "This is the end." Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata just looked in awe. "Wow," was all Naruto could say as he watched his sensei. "Tisk, show off," Sasuke thought to himself. "He managed to copy my water clone jutsu, even in this mist. But when did he do it?" Zabuza thought to himself. "You used your water clone to divert my attention and used your real self to track my movements," Zabuza pointed out. "But did you really think I'm that easy?" he added before the clone that Kakashi had held up turned into water and the real Zabuza tried to strike with his sword. Even though Kakashi dodged the initial strike, Zabuza managed to kick him using the momentum of his swing into the water. He continued to rush, but then he saw Kakashi's Makibishi spikes on the ground. "Hey, that's not enough to stop me, Kakashi. Zabuza said as he jumped over the spikes and went to the water and weaved some signs over Kakashi. Now I've got you water style, water prison jutsu. Zabuza exclaimed and trapped him inside a sphere of heavy water. Now for the brats and the bridge builder, I can deal with you later Kakashi. Water clone jutsu. Zabuza said as another water clone sprang into life and began making its way to the four he mentioned. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata. I need you to take the bridge builder and run as far as you can. His clones can only maintain a certain distance from the main body. Don't worry about me, we must complete the mission. Kakashi advised his students. You think because you wear forehead protectors that makes you a ninja? A ninja is someone who has been through numerous life and death situations. Until you make it into my bingo book, I'll never acknowledge you as ninja. Zabuza told the three genin as he activated his hidden mist jutsu. Where did he go? Naruto was frantically looking around for him, then suddenly was kicked in the head and his headband was knocked off. Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata shouted simultaneously in worry that their teammate was hurt. We have to rescue Kakashi-sensei, that's our only ticket to surviving right now. I have to do something. Sasuke thought as he rushed Zabuza and threw 4 shuriken. Zabuza just shrugged as he easily deflected them with his sword. Sasuke jumped above him and tried to deliver a hammer blow. Hey, too easy. Zabuza said as he just grabbed Sasuke by the neck and tossed him back. Sasuke, Naruto and Hinata said at the same time. Zabuza stomped on Naruto's headband and said, "You guys don't deserve to be ninja if that's all you can do. You should have just listened to your sensei and ran away, maybe you could survive." Naruto got up and began releasing his own killing intent, not enough to make Zabuza scared, but enough to let him know he was going to fight. No, I'm not going to run away. I'm not going to abandon my comrade. Naruto declared as he ran towards Zabuza, who just kicked him backwards. Pathetic. Zabuza spat. Naruto simply got up and put on his headband. You rushed in recklessly like that just to get your headband back? Sasuke asked Naruto, thinking he was going to do something more than that. I am a proud leaf ninja, and I'm going to fight as one. Naruto declared before he turned and faced Sasuke. I have a plan. Just follow my lead, you'll understand in a second. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto said as he created about 30 shadow clones and they all rushed Zabuza. Shadow clones, huh? And there seems to be quite a few of them. Zabuza said casually as the clones piled up on him, before using his brute strength to knock Naruto back and dispel the clones. As Naruto was sliding back on the ground, he went through his pack and threw a folded demon wind shuriken to Sasuke. Here Sasuke, he called out. Sasuke caught it and immediately recognized what he had to do and completely spun around, taking out his own demon wind shuriken. He unfolded the shuriken and said, Demon wind shuriken, windmill of shadows. He leapt into the air and hurled the shuriken at the real Zabuza, who managed to catch the shuriken. However, another shuriken was following closely behind the first one. A second shuriken in the shadow of the first. The shadow shuriken technique. Zabuza thought as the second shuriken approached and he jumped over it. However, Naruto here shined with Sasuke to the shuriken that Zabuza had caught, and Sasuke weaved fast hand signs and said, Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. And a large dragon made of fire approached Zabuza at a fast rate, forcing him to dodge it and release Kakashi from the water prison. The fire also nicked Zabuza a little bit on his right shoulder and caused him to release his water clone. Great job Naruto and Sasuke, that was an excellent plan. Kakashi said as the jutsu became undone. I never thought the brat could use that technique, just who is he? Zabuza questioned, surprised that he was stopped by mere genin. That is the son of the Yellow Flash, Naruto Uzumaki, and his teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga. Seems I have a noble bunch, Kakashi said smugly. Naruto and Sasuke swam back to the land because things were about to heat up even more between the two jonin. Zabuza and Kakashi stared each other down until Zabuza jumped back and started weaving hand signs. Kakashi copied his movements and began weaving the same signs. N. Am I the only person who thinks hand signs became obsolete at a point in the series? Like seriously, in this fight they made like 100 hand signs. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Kakashi and Zabuza said simultaneously as two huge dragons made of water came from their respective ends and began battling each other. While the dragons were fighting for dominance, Kakashi and Zabuza clashed kunai to blade, neither one giving ground before they both jumped back and stared at each other. They circle each other at the same speed. Kakashi was copying Zabuza's movements to the last finger. "You're not going to get anywhere by copying me. You're just a monkey who has no other tricks," Zabuza declared. Kakashi didn't say anything as he continued to copy his movements. Zabuza then began to form hand signs for his next jutsu, and once again Kakashi was copying him. Zabuza then saw a phantom-like image of himself. "What is this? Is it genjutsu? It's almost as if he's," Zabuza thought before he was interrupted when Kakashi finished his thought, "Reading my mind?" Zabuza's eyes widened before Kakashi continued. "Water style. Great waterfall jutsu. What? How did he copy the jutsu before I even did it?" Zabuza cursed internally as he was being washed away by his own jutsu and crashed through many trees. Kakashi then threw several kunai and shuriken in non-vital spots to keep him from moving. "How? Can you see into the future?" Zabuza demanded an answer from Kakashi. "Yes, I can, and what I see is your death, here and now," Kakashi replied as he prepared to finish Zabuza off. Suddenly a bunch of needle-like objects came from the forest and struck Zabuza in the neck, surprising everybody. "I must thank you for allowing me this opportunity," said a voice from in a tree. The mysterious person wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as his kimono. He also wore a hunter nin mask which was white with thin, curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth, as well as the Kirigakure symbol etched in the top. "Judging from your mask, I can tell you're a tracker ninja of the Anbu Black Ops from the Hidden Mist Village in order to eliminate rogue ninja," Kakashi said to this mysterious person. "You are well informed. I have not had a good opportunity to take him down and you have given me the chance," the shinobi responded. Kakashi checked Zabuza's pulse and indeed confirmed that he was no longer alive. "Now I must take this body so that I may dispose of it, if you'll excuse me," the shinobi said as he picked up Zabuza and shunned away. Kakashi just watched the hunter ninja as he left, then his attention turned to Naruto, who looked angry about something. How can he just do that? Naruto started capturing the attention of everybody. He didn't look any older than I am, but yet he took down Zabuza like it was nothing. It's not fair. What have I really done as a ninja? Naruto questioned more so to himself than anyone. Kakashi then placed his hand on Naruto's head and rubbed it. "Naruto, I understand how you feel. In this ninja world, there are kids younger than you, but stronger than me. Age doesn't matter in the world of ninja unless you're a swaddling infant, of course," Kakashi assured Naruto with a smile. "But at least the danger is taken care of. Now, Tazuna, where's your home?" Kakashi asked the old man. "Man, these ninja are nuts. He just fought a death battle and is talking casually like he does that on a daily basis?" Tazuna thought to himself. "It's that way, we are only about a mile away." Kakashi nodded and began walking as he lowered the left side of his headband over his Sharingan. "I do have to ask Naruto and Sasuke, how did you come up with that plan?" Kakashi asked. Naruto stretched his grin from ear to ear as he began explaining his plan. "Well, I knew that he couldn't leave from where he was, so I marked my shuriken with the Hiraishin. After I threw it to Sasuke, he just knew what to do when he saw the mark by pulling out his own shuriken. He threw the one I marked first past clone and straight for the left side of his real body, knowing he would have to catch it, because by the time he realized the second one was coming, he wouldn't have been able to jump over it like he did. And you know what happened after that?" Naruto explained proudly. "I see, that was excellent," Kakashi replied. Hinata's expression saddened. "Naruto and Sasuke did everything, while I didn't do anything useful. Naruto probably thinks I'm useless too," she thought. "Don't worry about it, Hinata. Just because I didn't ask you to do anything, doesn't mean I think you're weak. Besides, if you were involved in the plan, you wouldn't have been able to protect the bridge builder. You're stronger than you think you are," Naruto reassured his teammate. Hinata's head perked back up and lost her doubt. Naruto always knew how to make her feel better. Team 7 and Tazuna finally got to the Mont's home. "We finally made it, now I can pass out from overuse of the Sharingan," Kakashi said before he hit the floor unconscious. "Kakashi-sensei," the genin all said at once, sweat dropping at the fact that Kakashi knew he would pass out. "Well, we had better take him inside and take care of him," a woman said from the doorway of the house. "Tsunami, how are ya, my beautiful daughter?" Tazuna asked happily, seeing his daughter for the first time in quite a while. I'm fine, Dad, but please let me tend to this man. She replied. They carried Kakashi into the house and into the guest room, and tended to his wounds. The next day Kakashi finally regained consciousness and was barely able to walk. However, he had a job to do and he needed to talk to his subordinates. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, come out here for a second. Kakashi called out to his team. They all looked at him and waited for him to speak. Look, I think Zabuza may still be alive. Kakashi started and they all widened their eyes. But how? I thought that tracker ninja killed him. You even checked his pulse. Naruto exclaimed, confused. Yes, it is true. I thought he was dead when there was no pulse. But the tools he was using, Senbon, required delicate control and precision. He could have put Zabuza in a death-like state without killing him. Kakashi continued. But that still doesn't explain how you know that he might still be alive. Sasuke commented. I'm getting to that. A tracker ninja's job is to eliminate any rogue ninja that have escaped the village. A tracker ninja is supposed to destroy the body the instant their target is eliminated, to prevent any village secrets from getting out. But that's not what he did. So perhaps he is a conspirator with Zabuza. Kakashi finished explaining his theory. So what are we supposed to do? Hinata asked worriedly that they might have to fight Zabuza again. Well, I'm going to train you, of course. That's what my duty as your sensei is. I estimate about a week before Zabuza is back on his feet. Kakashi explained to the genin in front of him. So how are you going to train us within a week to prepare us for another battle with that guy? Sasuke asked. By teaching you how to walk on water using your chakra. Since you already know how to walk on walls and such. Kakashi said. Now stand back. Kakashi began to weave signs for a jutsu. Earth style. Underworld jutsu. Kakashi said and placed his hands on the ground and created a large crater the size of a hot spring. Water style. Water wall. Kakashi said, filling the crater up with water. And one more, fire style. Fireball jutsu. Kakashi said, making the water boiling hot. I thought we were learning to walk on water. Why did you use the fire jutsu? Sasuke asked. Extra motivation. Kakashi replied with a smile. Use your chakra to walk on the surface of the water. This requires way more chakra control than walking on the walls because the water will be constantly moving. Watch and learn. Kakashi explained as he began walking across the water with ease. As he reached other side, he said, alright, now you try. Naruto was the first to go and he put one foot on the water and lifted his foot off of the ground and immediately fell in the boiling hot water. Hot, 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 Naruto yelled as he jumped out of the water. Sasuke tried it next and he was able to take a few steps on the water before he fell in and had the same reaction as Naruto. Hinata was the last to try it. Everyone was watching her carefully as she put one foot on the water. Then she began walking across the water in a similar manner as Kakashi, nonchalantly walking across as if she's mastered this already. Well, good job, Hinata. Naruto, Sasuke, are you really going to let Hinata out, do you? Kakashi taunted them. He knew this would get them motivated. Wow, Hinata, that was cool. How did you do it so easily? Naruto asked, causing Hinata to blush at his praise. Well, the Hyuga clan's fighting style is based on chakra control, so it was only natural. Hinata replied. I'll have this down in no time. This doesn't even burn compared to my mother's training from hell. Naruto said. After about 8 straight hours of training, it was time for dinner. Even though Sasuke and Naruto could keep going, Kakashi said they needed to eat. It was a part of getting stronger. Tsunami had told them the story about her husband and Inari's father, Kaiza, and how he sacrificed his life in order to protect Inari and the village. As they were eating, a little boy a few years younger than Naruto came downstairs. Oh, Inari, come sit down and eat with your grandfather and these nice people who saved my life. Tazuna said. Inari just scoffed at the ninja and sat down to eat. Now Inari, that's no way to treat people who are heroes. Tsunami scolded her son. Heroes don't exist. Just because they saved your life doesn't make them heroes. Inari spat at the word heroes. What the hell is your problem? You said heroes don't exist? What a joke. The third Hokage sacrificed his life in order to protect the village he cared about. You're not only disrespecting the third Hokage, you're disrespecting me and your father. Don't be such an ungrateful brat. Naruto exclaimed angrily at how he disrespected someone who he admired. Inari started to cry and ran upstairs and locked himself into his room. Naruto, you were way too hard on him, you need to apologize. Hinata said, surprised that Naruto would say such harsh words. I don't care, I'm not going to just allow someone to disrespect people that I look up to. I don't care who they are. Naruto replied harshly, clearly upset. I've never heard Naruto talk like that before. That must have really hurt him. Hinata thought to herself, concerned. After everyone finished eating, Naruto and Sasuke went back outside preparing to train some more. With another day or two of training they would have it for sure. Then something clicked in Sasuke's mind. Hey Naruto, didn't your father give you something before you left? Did you look at it already? Sasuke asked. Oh yeah, that's right, I almost forgot. Naruto said, and he went to go check his pack and pulled out the scroll Minato had given him before he left. He unsealed what was in the scroll and it was a bunch of black three-pronged kunai. Same as Minato's kunai, just a really shiny black color. With a grip for Naruto to put his sealing formula on. Wow, thanks Dad, Naruto exclaimed, and his eyes were glowing with excitement. Sasuke looked at his kunai and said, those look a little heavier than regular kunai. Naruto picked one of them up and marked it with his jutsu formula and said, they are a bit heavier but it won't really affect me in battle. Naruto proceeded to mark and put each kunai in his weapon pouch. I've got a feeling there is going to be an even tougher battle than last time. Sasuke said, and Naruto just took a serious expression, nodded and continued their training. A week had passed and the battle at the bridge had already started. Naruto already saved Inari and Tsunami, now he's stuck in the ice mirrors along with Sasuke. Haku began raining Senbon onto Naruto and Sasuke, who desperately tried to dodge and deflect them, but there were just too many. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke said and breathed out a huge ball of fire at the ice mirrors. But to no avail, not even a crack formed in the ice mirrors. Your fire jutsu is too weak to destroy my ice mirrors, Haku told them. Sasuke had his two Tomo Sharingan active and was able to see the Senbon coming but was too slow to react to all of them. Haku then came out of one of the mirrors with blinding speed and punched Sasuke, knocking him down. Sasuke! Naruto cried out. Damn, I have to find a way out of here. I've already tried to throw a kunai out of here but he deflects it every time. I have to do something. Naruto thought to himself. It's time to end this. Haku said as he threw a lot of Senbon at Naruto only. Naruto was too shocked to move and closed his eyes. But when he felt nothing pierce him, he opened his eyes and saw that Sasuke protected him with his own body. Naruto was in absolute shock now. What the hell are you doing? Why would you save me? Naruto questioned. I don't know, it's like my body was moving on its own. You can't let your dreams die Naruto, you have to live. Sasuke said as he collapsed and his eyes closed. Naruto's eyes darkened as he held his best friend who was dying in his arms. Is this the first time you've seen a friend die in battle? Sacrifice, that is what it takes to be a ninja. Your friend, he died a true ninja. Haku said to Naruto. Just shut up. Naruto shouted at Haku, who flinched at his sudden change in voice. His voice is different, what's happening? Then a red chakra started swirling around Naruto, visible to the human eye. What's going on? Chakra is not supposed to be visible, nor is it supposed to be red. What is this boy? Haku thought to himself as he watched the spectacle before him. The chakra that was swirling around Naruto began to take the form of a fox. Naruto's eyes changed to red irises instead of the blue he always had, and his pupil became a black slit. His whisker marks became more highlighted, his hair and nails also got longer. His wounds also began to heal themselves and was surging with power. Minato was in his office doing his paperwork while he was waiting for Itachi to come. Itachi had entered the room a few moments later, bowed and asked, "Is there something you need, Hokage-sama?" Minato looked up and saw Itachi and smiled before saying, "Yes, I wanted to ask you about what's going on in." Minato suddenly felt a surge of pain coming from his stomach. "Minato. This presence, I can feel it from so far." The nine-tailed fox asked from within Minato's mindscape. "Is that what that is? Could your chakra be reacting to your other half inside of Naruto?" Minato asked. "It's certainly the case, something must have caused the seal to weaken. Either he is experiencing an intense emotion or his life is in danger." The nine-tailed fox responded. "You must make him calm down or the pain will never stop." Alright Kurama, I most certainly will take care of it. This could prove trouble if I don't deal with it. Is something wrong Hokage-sama? Itachi asked in concern as Minato fell over in pain. Itachi, I need you to go to the land of wave and subdue Naruto, make him calm down. Use your Sharingan, it's the best way right now. There isn't much time. Go, I will get you there by Hiraishin. Minato said very weakly, and his facial features also began to change. His eyes became the same as Naruto's and his hair also got longer. But be careful, you'll appear right in front of him, so make sure you don't get hit by an attack. He continued as he weaved signs to transport Itachi. That surge of power, is it coming from Kakashi? No, it's way too powerful, even for him. Zabuza said to no one in particular. Oh no, could the seal have been broken? Of all times, right now? No, it's only been weakened, I just had to end this quickly. Haku threw many senbon at Naruto that actually hit, but to no avail. Naruto just released all the senbon from his body just by stretching his arms. His speed had also increased. Haku tried to strike him, but Naruto dodged swiftly, and attacked Haku too fast for him to react and broke the crystal ice mirror with a mere punch. Naruto punched Haku again, cracking his mask. This boy is too strong for me. I'm sorry Zabuza, I have failed you as your tool. Naruto was about to punch him again, but Itachi appeared next to Naruto and grabbed his arm and with his Sharingan active, made eye contact with Naruto before he could kill Haku. Naruto instantly relaxed and fell asleep. What caused him to transform like that? Itachi thought as he looked over to the left and saw Sasuke's prone body on the ground. Sasuke. Itachi called out and ran over to his little brother. He's alive but barely. I have to treat him, start by pulling these out. Itachi thought as he pulled the senbon out of Sasuke carefully as not to hurt him any further. When he finished his task of pulling them out, he turned around and looked at Haku, Sharingan blazing and unleashing a massive amount of killing intent. There is something I must do, Haku said before running towards Zabuza's direction. This is where you'll meet your end Zabuza. Kakashi said as he weaved a few hand signs, then grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and lightning started to form in his hand. Lightning blade. Zabuza was already being held down by Kakashi's ninja hounds and Haku was about to come in the way of Zabuza and the lightning blade, but Itachi caught up to him and grabbed him. Don't, Itachi warned, and Haku saw his father figure about to be struck through with the lightning blade. However, Itachi grabbed Kakashi's hand and pointed at Kakashi's right. When Kakashi looked, he saw Gato and a whole bunch of his thugs and mercenaries. Look at you Zabuza, you look pathetic. Well, to keep things short, I'm going to cut my losses and not pay you, you're too expensive. Gato said. Well Kakashi, we don't have to fight anymore, since the bridge builder is not my enemy anymore, what do you say? Wanna murder a midget? Zabuza offered Kakashi. Oh, it looks like Itachi Uchiha is here as well, who's next? One of the Sannin? I'm seeing so many famous leaf ninja recently. He continued. Itachi just shrugged off the compliment and Kakashi straightened up and said. Well, if I'm not your enemy, then you're not my enemy. Besides, I still want to use my lightning blade. So it's settled then, all of us should be more than enough to take them out. Itachi said, activating his Sharingan. You can count us in on that fight. Sasuke and Naruto said from behind. Me too, Hinata added. Since we've been on this mission, I still haven't got a chance to fight. Get them, kill them, Gato ordered cowardly as he ran away. The shinobi began to annihilate the bandits and thugs. Gato got to the end of the bridge and Itachi, Zabuza, and Kakashi were all looking at him, then looked at each other. Let me have him, he did backstab me after all. Zabuza said. Alright, but first let me do this. Itachi said and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He made eye contact with Gato. Tsukuyomi. He began interrogating Gato for the information of all his money. What did you do to him Itachi? Kakashi asked. I just made him tell me where all his riches were so Zabuza can be properly paid. Zabuza slowly approached Gato as the man cried in fear. Please don't kill me. Gato begged, but to no avail. Zabuza mercilessly chopped his head clean off and kicked his body into the water. Say Kakashi. Zabuza started, getting his attention. Since I have nowhere to go now, you think Konoha has room for 2 more ninja? I'm sure Konoha would love to have another Kekkei Genkei in their possession. He continued. I'm tired of running. Besides, I'm kind of curious to what the blonde kid and the Uchiha kid are going to be like in the future. That's not my decision, but let's see what happens, Kakashi said with a smile. Kushina had laid Minato down on the couch that was in the office while he was still in pain. Kushina was consoling Minato as the pain began to recede and his facial features began to return to normal. Minato's breathing slowed as he could finally think straight. He looked up and saw his beautiful wife and smiled. "You had me worried there for a second, Minato," Kushina said in a caring tone, smiling back at him. "I'm sorry I had you worried, but we had a situation with Naruto, but I sent Itachi to take care of it," Minato said reassuringly to Kushina, who raised an eyebrow. Was it the nine-tailed fox? Was it reacting to Naruto's emotion? Kushina questioned and Minato nodded. "The brat used the power of my other half unconsciously. By improperly using my chakra, that's what caused the pain in your stomach, Minato. My chakra was being forced out, resulting your pain," the nine-tailed fox told Minato. "So then I'll have to teach him about your other half being inside of him then, huh, Kurama?" Minato asked Kurama from within his mindscape. "Yes, you will, Minato. I don't know why you haven't done it already," Kurama told to Minato, who just rubbed the back of his head and smiled. "Well, I wanted to wait until he became a full-fledged ninja first. Besides, it didn't take us that long for us to be on good terms. How hard will it be for them to get along?" Minato asked Kurama and Kurama shook his head. "My other half is basically the physical form of hatred. If he can overcome that hatred, then that kid is really something," Kurama said, not believing that Naruto would befriend his other half. "Well, I believe in him 100%. Minato exclaimed with an uncharacteristically thumbs up. Minato, what are you doing?" Kushina asked her husband, who had spaced out during their conversation. Minato shook his head as he realized what he was doing. "Oh, I was just having a conversation with Kurama. He was telling me about his other half," Minato said casually, and Kushina's eyes were widened. "His name is Kurama?" she asked, not even thinking that he had a name. "Of course, all the tailed beasts have names. Spending all that time as his Jinchuriki and you didn't even bother to ask him his name?" Minato asked, not believing that Kushina wouldn't even ask him his name of all people. "Minato," Kushina said slowly and made Minato start sweating, wondering when he made a mistake. "How come I didn't think of that? And I'm supposed to be the smart one, ya know," Kushina exclaimed, and Minato's sweat dropped at her antics. "But I had to explain what just happened with the Kyuubi a little while ago." Minato started as he got serious. A few days later, the Leaf Shinobi along with their newly acquainted allies, Zabuza and Haku, were preparing to head back to the Leaf Village. Kakashi was packing his bag when he felt a presence, and without even turning around he asked, "Is there something wrong, Sasuke?" Sasuke had a few questions to ask Kakashi as he remembered their battle with Zabuza. "Kakashi of the Sharingan, I want to know just how he got it," he thought. "Kakashi-sensei, how did you get that Sharingan in your left eye?" Sasuke asked as he watched Kakashi closely. "I knew you would come and ask me that. Tell you what, when your Sharingan has fully matured I'll tell you. We simply don't have time for me to tell you such a long story," Kakashi said. It was true, they didn't have that much time to waste as they needed to report their mission to the Hokage. Also, the details of two certain people who wanted to come as well. "Tisk, whatever," was all Kakashi received from Sasuke, who just shook his head. "Geez, he acts like I was lying about it," Kakashi thought to himself as he got up and was going to meet his team outside. "Okay, is everybody ready?" Kakashi asked, and everybody nodded. Tazuna, Inari and Tsunami all waved goodbye to the shinobi who helped them so much. "So what do you think we should name the bridge?" Tazuna asked, still watching the shinobi leaving. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" Inari suggested, and Tazuna laughed. "That kid was truly an amazing guy. The Great Naruto Bridge it is," Tazuna declared. One day later in the Hokage Tower, Minato was rubbing his head trying to understand what Team 7 was trying to tell them just now. "So let me get this straight." Minato started, still rubbing his temples. "You want me to just allow two rogue ninja to live in my village because you said they had a change of heart? Come on, old man, if you let them stay in the village I'll tell you how to beat paperwork," Naruto offered. Minato threw leaf headbands at Haku and Zabuza so fast they almost didn't react in time to catch it. "Fine, they can stay, just please tell me the secret to defeating this monstrosity," Minato pleaded to Naruto as everyone in the room sweat dropped. "Sha Dao clones," Naruto said slowly, making Minato gape like a fish out of water. Gahhhhhhhhhhhhh. How could I miss something that obvious? Minato shouted loud enough to shake the village. He instantly created 5 shadow clones and had them get to work so he could finally relax. I got your mission report, you guys can leave now. Except you, Naruto, Minato said in a serious tone. Everyone followed the Hokage's orders and left with the exception of Naruto. How come I had to stay? I was going to get a celebratory bowl of ramen. Naruto whined to his father, who had a serious expression. Because I had to tell you something that is extremely important, something that has to do with the last mission you just went on. Minato explained. Naruto asked, well, what is it? It's about the day you were born, it's about the 9-tailed fox. The Kyuubi? What is that? And what does it have to do with the day I was born? Naruto asked. You have quite a few questions and I will make sure I answer all of them. Minato answered to his son. Now then, it was October 10th, 12 years ago, the day you were born, in which the Kyuubi attacked our village. Minato started and Naruto's eyes were locked onto Minato, listening very attentively. The Kyuubi is one of the 9-tailed beasts, said to be the strongest of them all. Tailed beasts are living forms of chakra, sometimes called chakra monsters. Tailed beasts weren't allowed to roam freely as people fear they would cause destruction across the land. So they used a form of jutsu to create what shinobi call a jinchuriki. That's what we are, Naruto, human beings with tailed beasts trapped inside of them. Minato explained and Naruto's eyes widened and then took on a sad expression. So is that why some of the villagers look at me with such anger or fear? Naruto asked as he started to shed a few tears as he remembered times when he was younger. Flashback. Look, it's that 9-tails kid. A villager said. You mustn't go near that child, you understand me? Disgusting, how could something like that be allowed to live? Why are you all looking at me like that? I didn't do anything to any of you. That's why I am going to become Hokage and make you acknowledge me. A much younger Naruto declared to the villagers, who scorned him as he ran home. Naruto finally got home. He was crying. Naruto, what's wrong, honey, are you hurt? Kushina asked worriedly of Naruto. Mommy, why do people look at me the way they do? Naruto sobbed to his mother. Kushina hugged Naruto as tightly as she could. She was furious with the villagers. Not only had she gotten that treatment from them, but Naruto had to receive it too. She was angry, but lashing out against the villagers would not solve anything. Instead, she decided to talk to Naruto. Listen, Naruto, don't worry about them. Fill yourself with love, love yourself, love everything about you. Minato, Aika and I, we all love you very much, so love yourself as much as we love you. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. A.N. Cookie for anyone who knows where that's from. Kushina said to Naruto with a loving smile. Don't ever forget that, Naruto. Help people understand for themselves as well. People can't love and respect others if they do not love and respect themselves. Kushina added, and Naruto just looked at her and nodded. End flashback. But it doesn't matter what they think of me. All that matters is what I think of myself. I am not a monster. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf. Naruto boasted. That's my boy. Those villagers doing those things to you made you stronger, it made you smarter, and most importantly, more understanding. Minato said proudly of his son. I'm sure you have felt the presence of a different chakra within you during your last mission. What that chakra was the chakra of the 9-tailed fox. Minato explained. Naruto thought for a second as he recalled the details of his last mission. His eyes widened at the realization. It was during his fight with Haku, the moment when he thought his best friend had died. Naruto's face faltered and Minato quickly took note of this. It was during the fight against Haku, the person you just allowed to stay here as a leaf ninja. After I thought he killed Sasuke, I just lost it. I felt a surge of power, but I didn't know it came from the 9-tailed fox. Naruto explained. I see. So it was the extreme feeling of anger that caused you to release some of the Kyuubi's power. Minato speculated. Just remember, try not to allow yourself to be consumed by anger and hatred. It'll make you lose sight of your ninja way. Don't worry, Dad, I won't. But I do have to ask, what tailed beast do you have inside of you, Dad? Naruto asked with much curiosity. I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Minato replied, confusing Naruto. But how could we both be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Isn't the Kyuubi one-tailed beast? Naruto inquired. I was just getting to that, Naruto. You see, when the Kyuubi attacked the village, The third Hokage sacrificed his life to split the Kyuubi's chakra in half and then sealed it into both of us. The yin half was sealed into me, the yang half in you. Having a tailed beast increases the Jinchuriki's chakra reserves by an incredibly huge amount. I had to work my butt off just to get my chakra control back to a cage level. That explains why you could not do the regular clone jutsu as well as anyone else. Minato explained to Naruto, who had a grin on his face and started rubbing the back of his head. Good, I thought that I just suck, Naruto jokingly said to Minato, who just chuckled. Then a question popped into Naruto's head. Well, if that is true, Dad, how much chakra do I have? Well, judging how you are now, you are still very young. If I were to make an estimate, I'd say you have about 3 times chakra than Kakashi. That's not including the Kyuubi chakra. You are also an Uzumaki, they are known to also have incredibly large chakra reserves. Even though your mother is no longer the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, she still has more chakra than my base chakra. Minato said, smiling, rubbing the back of his head. Naruto just looked stunned and boasted it out. Wait, Mom was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki before us? What happened? Remember when I said the Kyuubi attacked the village? Minato asked and Naruto simply nodded, letting Minato continue. When you were born, the seal for the Kyuubi was weakened. A masked man abducted your mother and released the Kyuubi from her body. If she wasn't an Uzumaki, she surely would have died. Minato's expression saddened at this, and so did Naruto. However, Naruto started to recite the words his mother told him on that day in his mind and perked back up. Well, that just goes to show you how awesome Mom is, Naruto exclaimed, and Minato smiled and got up. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "She sure is, Naruto. She truly is an amazing woman," Minato said proudly. "Go now, I'm sure Kakashi and the others are waiting for you. Be sure to keep what we just talked about a secret, okay?" Naruto made his trademark smile, nodded and rushed towards the door and headed out the Hokage tower. Just as Minato said, the rest of his team were outside of the Hokage tower waiting for Naruto to come out. "So Naruto, what did he want to talk to you about?" Kakashi asked. "Sorry, I can't tell you," Naruto replied with his hands behind his head. Kakashi just looked at him and came to a realization. Minato-sensei must have told him about the Kyuubi. Naruto's not one to keep his mouth shut unless it's serious. I'm sure it's not something we need to be concerned about," Sasuke said coolly, not that he didn't care, but it simply was none of his business if he couldn't say it. Did it have something to do with Naruto-kun's rampage during that mission? Hinata thought to herself, remembering vividly what happened. Flashback. Hinata was protecting the bridge builder as she was ordered to. Kakashi was facing off with Zabuza and Sasuke, Naruto facing off with Haku. Then she heard Naruto scream Sasuke's name in fear. With her Byakugan active, looked over in their direction. She could see Sasuke on the ground with a lot of senbon embedded into his body as Naruto held him like a newborn baby. Hinata was shocked and terrified. Sasuke's chakra was slowly fading. He was alive, but if he didn't receive medical attention soon, he wouldn't make it. Hinata continued to watch the terrifying scene, only for the scene to become even more terrifying. Naruto's chakra began to change as he began to become enraged. It was almost as if his emotion became chakra itself. As she watched Naruto, his chakra began to swirl around into an image of a demon fox. End flashback. I wonder if that's the reason some of the villagers look at him with such fear and contempt. Hinata mused. Well, to celebrate our first successful mission outside of the village, how about we get some ramen, my treat? Kakashi suggested to his team. Yay, ramen, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. They walked to Ichiraku's and saw Kushina already there having a bowl of ramen. Kushina saw them and immediately grabbed Naruto and started hugging him furiously. "Oh Naruto, I was so worried about you," Kushina exclaimed as Naruto struggled to free himself of her grip. Hinata giggled at the spectacle and Sasuke snapped a picture of them. I do get some decent blackmail material off of Naruto," Sasuke said smugly. Kakashi just didn't pay much attention to this, as he just expected that to happen the moment Kushina saw Naruto. As he finally broke free from Kushina's grip, he glared at Sasuke and said, "I'll get you for that." Sasuke paled at Naruto's words. With Naruto being the #1 prankster in the Hidden Leaf Village, you would not want to make his list. After everyone settled down, they ordered their respective bowls of ramen. Kushina then turned to Naruto and asked, "Well, how did the mission go? What happened?" Naruto then began explaining everything that happened on that mission. Itachi was walking with Zabuza and Haku, who really had no idea what they would be doing at this point in time as they recently just joined the roster of Shinobi and the Leaf. "Where are we going to even live? The Hokage didn't even remember to find us a place." Zabuza asked Itachi, who just shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows, knowing Hokage-sama, he'll find a simple apartment to live in until you guys can afford to live somewhere more expensive or something." Itachi responded. Minato was never one to leave people out in the streets, especially if they were citizens of the Leaf. "We can always go back and ask him about living quarters," Haku suggested. "Well, I'm sure he has a lot more free time now that he has that shadow clone trick to defeat the monstrosity called paperwork." Itachi said, smiling. "I thought the fourth was supposed to be one of the smartest shinobi alive? It took him that long to figure out he could just use shadow clones to do his paperwork for him? It seems as though even the smartest shinobi are idiots at one point or another." Zabuza mused while Haku and Itachi chuckled. Maybe the paperwork confused him that much that he forgot. Itachi chuckled. And that's how everything happened. Naruto finished his explanation to Kushina about his mission to Wave. Kushina thought about his story and what happened to Minato while Team 7 was away on that mission. Naruto never explained about his rage and using the power of the Kyuubi, so connecting the dots she put together that the near death of Sasuke was what caused his reaction. Naruto needs to be able to control that fox's power, and soon. By the way, you guys, the Chunin exams are coming up pretty soon. If you think you're ready to take those exams, just let me know. Kakashi suggested to his team, and Kushina looked at him confusingly. The Chunin exams? Do you really think that they're ready for that, Kakashi? Kushina questioned, and Kakashi nodded. Even if they don't make rank, I'm sure the experience will be good for them. He assured Kushina. Ooh, I want to take the Chunin exams, it'll make me one step closer to becoming Hokage. Naruto exclaimed excitedly at the prospect of upgrading his ninja rank. Why yes, I think it will be good experience for us. Hinata commented. I'll make the rank easily. Sasuke said smugly, and Kakashi chuckled at the enthusiasm of his team. Well then, it's settled. I'm going to register all of you for the Chunin exams. Be prepared though, I will work you to the bone until the actual exams. You're going to need every bit of training you can get. Kakashi warned his team. Hey mom, how old were you and dad when you became a Chunin? Naruto asked his mom, and Kushina giggled at how excited he was. Well, your father and I were the same age when we became Chunin. We were 13 years old. Kushina responded. The average age for becoming a Chunin is about 16 years old. To become a Chunin at a young age is impressive. Sasuke's brother Itachi actually became a Chunin at age 10, which is incredible. Kakashi weighed in. Not as impressive as you, Kakashi Senpai, the youngest person to ever become a Chunin in the Leaf Village at age 6. A voice from outside the curtain said, and everyone turned to face the mysterious voice. Now, Itachi, no need to flatter me, Kakashi joked with an eye smile, and Itachi just smiled back. Brother, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked. Come Sasuke, Shisui has summoned the entire clan for something extremely important. Itachi answered as he shunned Shind away. Catch you guys later, Sasuke said as he got up and went towards the Uchiha compound. Well, I'm full, thanks Kakashi-sensei. Come on mom, Naruto said as he slurped up the broth of his 14th bowl of ramen and left. Kakashi saw the stack of bowls that Naruto left there and began to sweat. He pulled out his wallet and could have sworn his wallet made a cry of agony upon seeing Naruto's huge stack of bowls. Kushina giggled at Kakashi's expression and said, Don't worry Kakashi, I'll cover half of it. Kushina then proceeded to pay for 7 of Naruto's bowls and her 10 bowls. Boy, did Teuchi make a killing whenever both Kushina and Naruto were in the stand. Where does all that ramen go? Hinata asked Kakashi, who just shook his head. They must have some seal to place all of that ramen. They are a family of seal masters. Kakashi joked. Well, I had to go Kakashi-sensei, bye, Hinata said as she left the ramen stand. Kakashi sighed and paid for his meal, then left. I should just tell Minato now that I'm going to sign them up for the Chunin exams. Kakashi said to no one in particular. I'm sure all of you are wondering why I have called you all here on such short notice. Head of the Uchiha clan, Shisui explained. I have received news that the ex-member of the Uchiha clan and S-rank criminal from the Leaf Fugaku has joined a mercenary group called the Akatsuki. Shisui continued. The Akatsuki? Who are they and what are they about? A clan member questioned. We have yet to find out about their motives or who they really are. There is not even a complete list of members attained. All the data we have on them at this point is that Orochimaru was once part of that group. They wear black cloaks with red clouds, and they are comprised of 10 or so mimibers. Shisui acknowledged the clan member. The Akatsuki, if Orochimaru and Fugaku have joined that group, their leader must be incredibly strong to lead those two. They are S-rank criminals. Itachi implied. That could very well be true. Just be on the lookout for figures with black cloaks with red clouds on them. Avoid them at all cost. Until we know their motives we must not make a move. If there are no questions, this meeting is adjourned. Shisui explained. All the clan members got up as none of them had any questions to ask. Sasuke and Itachi approached Shisui, who wanted to talk privately with the clan leader. Something tells me that they'll be targeting the Leaf Village. Itachi suggested to Shisui, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow, implying for him to continue his theory. What other reason would it be for my father and Orochimaru, two rogue ninja, from this village? It can only mean that there is something that is in the leaf that the Akatsuki want. Recruiting my father and Orochimaru, they wouldn't have joined if they didn't have mutual goals. Those two hate the Leaf Village. Why would they need to join a mercenary group unless they need to come to the Leaf, because they know they can't attack the Leaf alone? Itachi explained and Shisui nodded. Either way, we should tell the Hokage about this is vital. Shisui said. Sasuke just sat there and thought about everything that they said and still couldn't come up with a reason as to why his own father would attack the Leaf Village. But it didn't matter to Sasuke. It doesn't matter why they might come to the Leaf. If they try to destroy the Leaf, they will have to deal with me. Sasuke shouted with his Sharingan active. Itachi and Shisui smiled at Sasuke. Doesn't he remind you a little of Makoto? Shisui asked and Itachi just kept smiling, proud that Sasuke had such a drive to protect the Leaf Village. Later that night, it was peaceful night inside the Leaf Village. The weather was nice, it was quiet on the streets, not a soul to be seen. Young Aika Namikaze was sleeping in her bed, but her dreams weren't as peaceful as the streets were. Flashback. It was in the afternoon and Naruto was playing outside with a ball and it rolled to the feet by a recently made genin. Naruto was going to get the ball and the genin picked the ball up and said, "Well, look what we have here, a monster playing with a ball. After what you've done to this village you don't even deserve a toy. Hey, give him back the ball." Aika demanded of the boy. Well, if it isn't Aika the outcast. What makes you think I'm going to give the ball back simply because you asked? The bully teased. Aika then began to beat the boy up not only for being mean to her little brother, but calling her outcast. I'm not going to just let you treat my brother like that, I won't forgive you. Aika said as she repeatedly beat on him. After she finished her assault she picked the ball up and gave it back to Naruto. Here you go little bro, if anyone bullies you just let me know. Aika said to Naruto with a smile who just nodded. The bully wiped away a little blood from his mouth and angrily shouted at Aika. You're an outsider, they're not your real parents. You have no family, the bully said as he ran away. Aika stood there extremely hurt by what the boy said. She then thought about her mother sacrificing her life to save her, then Minato and Kushina taking her in when she had no place to go. What if he was right? What if they didn't really love her? Why would anybody love her? At the end of the day, she was just another orphan. These were the thoughts lingering in her mind? End flashback. Aika sprung out of bed due to the nightmare she was having. Once again, this nightmare was the bane of her sleep. It's almost as if she couldn't escape these thoughts she was having. Seeing as how she wasn't going to get any more sleep right now, she got dressed and decided to take a walk through the village. She went to one of her favorite spots in the village to go when she was in deep thought, the Hokage monument, more specifically Minato's head. Aika sat on top of Minato's head and gazed upon the village. She had already made up her mind that she wanted to protect this village, and everyone she cared about. But what if they didn't really care about her? Were they worth protecting if they didn't want her protection or worse, didn't need it? Many thoughts were lingering in her head until she was interrupted as she felt a very familiar chakra behind her. Without even turning around she asked, "What are you doing here, Itachi?" "I could ask you the very same thing." Itachi responded as he walked next to her and stood there watching the village as the wind blew for dramatic effect. "It's nothing, Itachi, just go home," she said, obviously not really wanting to talk to anyone, but Itachi was having none of that. "If it was nothing, you wouldn't be here either. Besides, I am home," Itachi said with a smile, and Aika looked at him from the corner of her eye and smiled very slightly. If anyone wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't notice. "What do you mean you're home? The Uchiha clan compound is over there," Aika retorted as she pointed towards the Uchiha compound. Itachi just laughed at her comment and began to speak. "No matter where I am in the Leaf Village, I will always be home. Home is not where your house is. Home is where you're surrounded by people you care about and people who care about you. I'm on top of Minato-sama's head with you. I care about you. You care about me, so I'm home right now." Aika looked at Itachi with interest and then turned back to look at the village. "I don't know. I just can't stop thinking about that time that boy said that I have no family. That Minato and Kushina aren't my real parents, that I'm an outsider. I still want to protect them and this village because that's something I've made up my mind on. Sometimes I just can't help but think if mom and dad really do care about me. Sometimes I feel like they treat Naruto better than they treat me simply because he's their biological son and I'm not their biological daughter. Sometimes I question whether or not anyone truly loves me." Aika cried and Itachi let her cry for a little while. "I'm sure that Minato and Kushina love you dearly, because when I hear them tell you they love you or love Naruto, I can genuinely feel the emotion and realness behind it. When it's real you don't say it, you know it's real when you feel it. Sometimes it doesn't matter if someone doesn't love you. I've always believed that if you love someone that doesn't love you back, love them anyway. They might need that love. I know I love you, even if you didn't love me I would still love you. But the only reason you question whether or not people love you, is because you don't love yourself." Itachi unveiled to Aika, who perked her head up still sobbing. "When you start to question whether or not it is true that someone loves you because of what someone else says, that means you don't love yourself. Fill yourself with love, love yourself, love everything about you. Minato, Kushina, Naruto and I, we all love you so much, so love yourself as much as we love you." Itachi advised Aika, who perked up at those words because Kushina told her those very same words long time ago. "You know Kush, my mother told me those words a long time ago," Aika said to Itachi, who just smiled. "I know, Lady Kushina is a very wise woman. Remember, don't be afraid to show emotion with people. We are shinobi, and shinobi are told to never show emotion. But shinobi are humans as well. If we stopped showing our emotions, we would stop being human. The reason you are feeling this way is because there is too much hatred in this world, not just shinobi but humans overall." Itachi explained and Aika grabbed and hugged him tightly, still crying. "Thank you Itachi for everything." Aika sobbed into his chest and he just comforted her, stroking her back slowly. "This is my job, I can't allow my girlfriend, or any citizen of the Leaf to feel alone. I will help you, you are not alone. Always remember that." She continued to cry until she actually fell asleep in Itachi's arms. Itachi then proceeded to carry her home bridal style. He opened the window to her room and stepped in and very carefully placed her on the bed and was about to jump back out the window before he felt a presence. He didn't turn around and just waited for the person to speak. "Thank you, Itachi. I know I told her once already, but I feel like she needed to hear it from you for her to actually apply it. Some people don't always get loving yourself right away." The next day, the sun was shining brightly in Konoha and the streets were bustling with ninja preparing for the Chunin exams. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was preparing to go into the office. Because Minato had the Hiraishin, he was able to take his sweet time to get ready for a day of work, seeing as how he could appear at work instantly. "Minato, we need to talk," Kushina said, and Minato turned around confused. However, on the inside Minato was incredibly nervous. Any man should know that when their partner says, "We need to talk," it's never good. He began to try to remember all the bad things he's ever done in his life and what he have possible done for Kushina wanting to talk. He wasn't unfaithful or anything, but no one is perfect, everyone makes mistakes. Once Kushina noticed she had his full attention, she began to speak. "It's about Aika, I think you should let her be a proctor for the Chunin exams," Kushina suggested. Minato raised an eyebrow and wondered why she wanted her to be a Chunin exam proctor. "She needs something to make her feel more human. She needs to feel as much love for herself as much as we love her. Giving her responsibilities, it'll show that we believe in her. I was thinking that if you give her responsibility that's close to home, she'll appreciate herself more when she realizes that she is worth something. Kushina explained, and Minato's face took on a saddened expression. Perhaps you are right. One of the village founders said something along the lines of, when a man learns to love, he must bear the risk of hatred. I will make her a proctor for the Chunin exams. To have undying faith in our children. Isn't that our duty as parents? Minato assured Kushina, who smiled at his words. But I have to go now, make sure you send her to the office later. Minato told Kushina as he kissed her and Hirai shined to the office. Minato looked over some of the documents for the Chunin exams and became particularly interested in the teams that were participating. 3 rookie teams, guys team, teams from the sand, rain, and sound. There's a hidden sound village? Minato thought to himself. Then there was a knock on the door. Minato created 4 shadow clones and called for the person to come in. The person who came in was Minato's teacher, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Hey, what's going on, kid? Jiraiya greeted Minato, who was beaming. It had been a while since he last saw Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, how have you been, what's going on? Minato exclaimed happily. Jiraiya proceeded to close the door and actually got serious with Minato. Seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, he too got serious. Listen Minato, I've been really in depth with my spy network and I found out quite a few things that you must know, seeing as how the Chunin exams are coming up. There's some. Jiraiya started before a knock on the door interrupted what he was saying. Minato motioned for Jiraiya to open the door and in came Itachi and Shisui Uchiha. Shisui and Itachi both bowed to Jiraiya and Minato out of respect. Minato-sama, Fugaku Uchiha has joined the mercenary group, the Akatsuki. Shisui said, and both Jiraiya's and Minato's eyes widened at his words. The Akatsuki? What do you know about the Akatsuki? Jiraiya inquired. Not much, just that they are comprised of 10 or so members and they wear black cloaks with red clouds. Shisui responded and Jiraiya just shrugged it off. We have reason to believe that the Akatsuki are going to come to the Leaf Village for something. Why else would Fugaku and in the past, Orochimaru, join a mercenary group? If there was nothing to gain, they would not join that organization. Itachi weighed in. You're absolutely right, Itachi. That's what I was coming to discuss with you, Minato. Not only that, but there has been a village that's recently been established, the village hidden in the Sound, in the Rice Country. Their leader is rumored to be Orochimaru. Jiraiya concluded. Minato sat and thought about everything he just heard. There was a new shinobi village called the Village Hidden in the Sound, and their leader might be Orochimaru. He also remembered that there are hidden Sound genin also attending the Chunin exams this year. Could it be possible that Orochimaru created this village to attack the Leaf? Or could he simply be wanting to create his own ideal village? Who knows what Orochimaru could be thinking? There are hidden Sound shinobi competing in this year's Chunin exams. Even though they are a small village right now, if Orochimaru truly is their leader, then we must take precautions. We must prepare for any kind of attack from the Sound village. Minato ordered. Start by telling all the Jonin and Chunin. However, be discreet, don't let them become wary of what we're doing. Got it, the 3 shinobi said before leaving the room. Minato took a deep breath and looked outside the window at all the shinobi. He noticed a few shinobi from the other villages were arriving. He truly hoped that the Sound village wouldn't attack their village, not that the Leaf would lose, rather that Minato was such a peace-loving man. If they attack us, at least we'll be ready. Minato said to no one in particular. Another person knocked on the door. Geez, lots of visitors today. Come in. Minato called out and Aika walked in. Minato smiled, happy to see one of his children. Hey Dad, Mom said you wanted to see me. Aika said. Yes, I want you to proctor the final of the Chunin exams. Minato told Aika, who looked confused. Why do you want me to proctor the exams? She asked. I believe that you'll be good at it, you're skilled enough to handle the task. I have faith that you'll do well. Minato responded. Besides, there is a possible chance that we may be attacked during the exams. I don't know when or if it'll even happen. But I want you to proctor the exams because you're really good at reacting to situations in an instant. I believe in you. Minato explained. I'll do it, but what do you mean we might get attacked? Who's going to attack us? As far as I know, there are no hidden stone or hidden cloud here. Aika inquired. Minato explained the theory which himself, Itachi, Jiraiya and Shisui came up with. Well, if that's the case, I'll just have to protect the village with everything that I've got. Aika exclaimed, grabbing her bicep in a similar manner Kushina would when she was determined. She certainly has picked up some things from Kushina. Minato thought with a smile. Geez, you would think a village this big would have some signs or something. A genin from the hidden sand said. He wore a black, baggy, full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood which covered his head completely, and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. Maybe if you would just ask for directions we wouldn't be lost. Kankuro. A girl with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive ponytails. Her outfit consists of a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. She was Sabaku no Tamari. Konohamaru was running through the village after pulling a prank on somebody along with his friends Moegi and Udon. Not really paying much attention to where he was running, he accidentally bumped into the boy named Kankuro. Hey, what's the big idea? Watch where you're going, Kankuro scolded Konohamaru as he lifted him up by his teal scarf. Kankuro put the kid down. You want to start trouble in a foreign village? Tamari told him and he didn't listen. No way Tamari, this kid needs to be taught a lesson. Kankuro threatened and Konohamaru's friends were terrified. Hey, put kid down, a familiar voice said as he came running towards the scene. Naruto came to Konohamaru's aid and rushed Kankuro to make him put Konohamaru down. Although Naruto tripped and fell, embarrassing himself in front of the sand ninja, and Kankuro just laughed at him. Then a rock came at great speed from the direction Naruto was coming from and hit Kankuro in the hand, causing him to drop Konohamaru. What the? Kankuro growled and looked where the rock came from. Sasuke was standing there tossing a rock up and down in his hand with a smirk on his face. So are these guys taking the Chunin exams too? Picking on little kids? You must be incredibly weak. Sasuke taunted Kankuro, who became more enraged and prepared for a fight. So you want to go right now? Kankuro demanded as he got into a battle stance until sand came down from the tree, and when the sand cleared came a boy who seemed to be the same age as Naruto. The boy was little shorter than the average males of his age. He has fair skin and short, spiky, auburn hair, pale blue-green eyes, tanuki-like black eye rings, and the kanji for love etched into his forehead. Stop this right now, before I kill you, the boy said to Kankuro, who began to shiver in fear. Alright Gaara, no need to get upset, Kankuro said nervously. I will kill you, I will solidify my existence, Gaara said to Naruto and Sasuke, who were both creeped out by Gaara as they walked away. Geez, are all hidden sand shinobi weirdos like them? Sasuke asked Naruto, who just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, but we better be on the lookout for them. But you better get moving Konohamaru, and don't start any more trouble with foreign ninja. Naruto said. Thanks boss, Konohamaru said as he ran off with his friends. A few days later Teams 7, 8, and 10 were told to go to the academy to take the Chunin exams. Team 7 went to a room and immediately noticed the genjutsu place on the room number and made their way to the correct room. Kakashi greeted them before they went inside and wished them luck. Naruto burst into the room with Sasuke and Hinata right next to him. Alright, time to bust some heads. Alright, time to bust some heads. Naruto yelled loud enough for all the participants to hear him, and they all turned towards him. Naruto-kun, please don't be so loud, Hinata told Naruto, not wanting to attract too much attention. Great job idiot, you've probably made enemies out of every participant here. Sasuke scolded Naruto, who caught a tick mark. You don't like the way I do things? Huh, ya jerk? Naruto demanded Sasuke as they started to butt heads. Sasuke also caught a tick mark and responded. What, are you trying to start a fight? Their fight immediately ended when someone called, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke instantly paled in the face as he could recognize those voices anywhere. He turned around to face his worst nightmare, 2 of his biggest fangirls. One of them bright pink hair, large green eyes, and fair skin. She wore a red kippou dress with white circular designs, with or without short sleeves, with a zipper, tight dark green shorts, standard ninja sandals, and a forehead protector which she used to accentuate her face. The other girl was fair-skinned girl of average height with green eyes. Her most noticeable trait in her appearance is her long, pale blonde hair, which is always seen in a high ponytail and extends to her waist, with bangs covering the right side of her face. She wore a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a purple apron skirt that is cut off on the sides and bandages on her stomach and legs. She also wore purple and white elbow warmers with this, and her forehead protector around her waist as a belt. Sakura, and Ino. I haven't felt such terror since the academy days. Sasuke brewed in his thoughts. Move it billboard brow, I was here first. Ino said, insulting Sakura, who caught a tick mark. Shut it, Ino pig. Sasuke only likes me. Sakura shouted back, and those two were about to throw down for their love. Meanwhile, Sasuke was daydreaming about which weapon he should use to kill himself with. Then the rest of the members of Sakura and Ino's team came to the scene they were causing. Geez, can they not cause a scene every time Sasuke is around? Troublesome. A boy with pineapple-shaped hair complained. His attire was rather plain, consisting of a green-lined mesh t-shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket with green edges, adorned on both the sleeves and the back with a circle with a line through it, his blue forehead protector worn around his left arm, brown pants, and blue sandals. Well, it can't be helped, Shikamaru. A rather husky boy with spiky, brown hair, swirl marks on his cheeks. He wore black shorts, a long white scarf, a short-sleeved, green haori, over a light green shirt with the kanji for food on it, small, hoop earrings, and his legs and forearms were wrapped in bandages. His forehead protector was styled in a manner that allowed 2 tufts of hair to poke out at each side. Hey Sakura, you better stop or else Kurenai-sensei will punish you again. Another boy with messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that he can change into claws. He also has the distinctive red fang markings on his face. His attire consisted of dark grayish pants and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with the hood on his head, over an apparent plate of armor and fishnet undershirt, with a blue forehead protector and blue sandals. There was another boy named Shino who wore an outfit consisting of dark sunglasses and a sea green jacket with a high, upturned collar. He had dark, bushy, brown hair, but was really quiet and did not say anything during the spectacle. Hey, I didn't know you guys were taking the Chunin exams, Naruto said to his classmates. Yeah, Asuma and Kurenai-sensei must have thought it was a good idea for us to take the exams. Kiba replied. My, what a rowdy bunch of rookies. A voice said from behind said rookies. He had on a pair of black-rimmed circular glasses. He has onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which is kept in a ponytail that extends to his upper back, with his bangs framing either side of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, a white cloth waistband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. He is seen wearing a blue Konohagakure forehead protector. The Rookie 9 turned to face this person. Naruto squinted his eyes and asked, "Who the heck are you?" He pushed up his glasses from the bridge of his nose and said, "Oh, how rude of me. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I'm participating in this year's exam, again." "Again? How many times have you taken it?" Sasuke asked. "This is actually my 7th try." Kabuto chuckled nervously while everybody did a good job at impersonating a fish. "You took the test 7 times? Wow, you must be really weak," Kiba said, insulting the boy. "Well, there's always this one portion of the exam that I can just never get past." "Well, since you've taken the exam 7 times, you must have information about some of the candidates here. Clearly not everyone here is a rookie, seeing as how you addressed us that way." Sasuke commented. "Yes, I do. I do have quite a bit of information on a few people here, even on the first-timers like you guys. For example, I'll pull up Sasuke's profile with my ninja info cards," Kabuto said as he pulled out an orange card with green edges and the kanji for shinobi on the back. Kabuto placed the card on the ground while all the rookies were watching. "Why is the card blank?" Naruto asked, and Kabuto placed his finger on the card and information about Sasuke appeared on the card. "All I had to do was pour a bit of chakra into the card and focus on the person I wanted to reveal," Kabuto answered. Sasuke Uchiha, graduated the top rookie in his class. Skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu, some skill in genjutsu. He has completed 7 D rank missions, 1 C rank mission and 1 A rank mission? Kabuto exclaimed in surprise, and everyone looked at Team 7 like they grew another head. What? It wasn't exactly supposed to be an A- rank mission. It just turned out that way. Sasuke said. Even still, for Genin to complete an A- rank mission is outstanding. If people knew that about you, they won't hesitate to make you their target. Kabuto warned. Do you have information on Rock Lee and a boy named Gaara? Sasuke asked as he remembered his encounter with the boy with bushy eyebrows and green jumpsuit. He already knew about Neji with Hinata being on his team, but Lee was probably going to be a problem for him. Flashback. Team 7 had arrived to the academy to take the Chunin exams, where they ran into Hinata's older cousin Neji Hyuga and his team. Neji had long black hair and wore a black forehead protector that he wore snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt, under which he wore a dull blue shirt with a mesh armor underneath it, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. The female member of his team, A.N. I swear to God, as a Chun-Li cosplayer, Tenten wears a pink sleeveless Kippao-style blouse with red sleeve trimmings and yellow fastening buttons, as well as dark green pants, a pouch adjusted to her thigh, and standard blue ninja sandals. Sasuke Uchiha. A boy called out to the young Uchiha. This boy was Rock Lee. What do you want? Sasuke questioned, and the boy got into a fighting stance and said, everyone always talks about the Uchiha clan and how strong they are. I may not get another chance to fight an Uchiha, and I heard that you were the top rookie of your year. I want you to fight me. So you know about me, huh? Fine then, I will show you the strength of the Uchiha clan here and now. Sasuke replied. Hey, why do you only want to fight Sasuke like he's the only strong person here? Naruto demanded an answer. You are not an Uchiha. Lee simply replied, making Naruto fume with frustration. It's always Sasuke and never me. And Naruto-kun, please don't get involved. Hinata said, trying to calm Naruto down, and Naruto just sat down and pouted like a 5-year-old. Sasuke prepared for Lee to strike, and Lee disappeared with terrific speed. He's fast, Sasuke thought. Lee tried to kick him in his midsection. Sasuke dodged and tried a sweeping kick, which Lee jumped over. Lee threw a right hook at Sasuke, which he dodged, but it didn't see a left roundhouse coming and got hit by it full force and skidded across the ground. He got back up and thought, he's strong, but I have these eyes. I'll be able to see his movements. They continued their taijutsu bout until Lee started to unwrap the bandages on his arms. He charged Sasuke even faster than before and faked a punch and actually kicked Sasuke in the chin, sending him into the air. Lee then with quick movements ended up behind Sasuke in midair. Dancing leaf shadow. Sasuke thought and countered by turning in the air and forming the tiger seal and taking in a deep breath. Lee saw Sasuke doing this and immediately stopped and retreated, falling for Sasuke's ploy, which made a lot of space between Sasuke and Lee. I see, you tricked me into thinking you were going to launch a jutsu. You are quite the opponent indeed. Lee declared, and suddenly a poof of smoke appeared in the room. Almost an exact clone of Lee, only a taller version appeared. Lee, I know you weren't trying to use that forbidden technique. The man that appeared scolded Lee. There's 2 of them? Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke all thought simultaneously as they sweat dropped. Forgive me, Guy-sensei, I have betrayed you. Lee exclaimed, weeping anime tears. It's alright, Lee, just make sure you never do it again. Especially towards a fellow Leaf Shinobi, Guy-sensei. Thank you, Guy-sensei, for your extreme kindness for FORGVINGME. Lee shouted. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. All of a sudden a sunset cliff with crashing waves appeared during their moment and permanently scarred their minds. What is this? I can't break this genjutsu. Sasuke cried out. Please just make it stop. Naruto wept in the fetal position. Hinata was just knocked out during that jutsu. End flashback. Rock Lee. Graduated dead last in the academy the year before you. Relatively no skill in ninjutsu and genjutsu, well adept in taijutsu. He's completed 26 D rank and 11 C rank missions. Kabuto stated. Gaara of the Desert. He's completed an uncount amount of D ranks, 8 C rank mission. He's also completed a B rank mission. According to my information, he also has returned from every mission without a single injury or scratch. Kabuto explained. The rookies became worried about Gaara if their facial expressions were anything to go by. Although Sasuke and Naruto didn't seem all that fazed by it, seeing as how they've already encountered Gaara. "All right, you pipsqueaks, settle down," a very loud and intimidating voice boomed through the entire room. A large imposing man wearing a long black coat, a high-collared gray shirt, black pants, his hidden leaf headband in a bandana style. He also had two very noticeable scars on his face. "My name is Ibiki Morino, and I'm the proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams. This will be a written exam," Ibiki explained. Once everyone was seated in their seating arrangements, A.N. which will be the same as in canon, only Hinata was switched with Sakura. "I will also be skipping this portion and head straight into the Forest of Death. There's no way that I can think of to make a written test sound interesting, lol." He began to explain all the rules of the test. "I don't care if I'm going to be Genin for the rest of my life. Somehow, someway I will still become Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, and Ibiki passed all those who stayed. Suddenly two kunai came crashing through the window and held up a banner which read, "Here comes the second test's proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Don't get too excited, kiddies, the test isn't over yet. I'm your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi," she said in all her glory. Anko has light brown, pupil-less eyes, and black hair which has a blue tint to it in a similar shape to Shikamaru. She is wearing a tan overcoat with a purple inseam, and complete with a fitted mesh bodysuit that stretches from her neck down to her thighs. She wears a dark orange mini skirt, as well as a forehead protector, and pale gray shin guards. "Hey Anko, don't you think that entrance was a bit lame?" Naruto questioned with a bored look on his face, and before anyone had a chance to blink, a kunai's sword towards Naruto, who caught the kunai inches away from his face. "Not bad, Naruto, you have gotten a little better," Anko said in amusement. "How do you two know each other?" Sasuke whispered to Naruto. "Well, when your father is the Hokage, you tend to know some of the Jonin and Chunin in the village. Let's say my experience meeting her wasn't exactly the best. But I'll tell you that story another time," Naruto responded as he shivered, remembering when he first met Anko. Quite a few people passed. "You must be slipping, Ibiki," Anko said, and Ibiki shrugged his shoulders. "What can I say, they're a promising bunch. Alright kiddos, we're heading to Training Ground 44 to thin out the herd a little bit. Follow me and you better keep up," Anko explained as she jumped out, breaking another window, and Ibiki just shook his head and all the exam participants followed her. Moments later, everyone arrived at the gate to the training ground. "Alright, here we are, my home, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death," Anko announced cheerfully, and all the participants looked at the giant training ground with interest. "Now your task for this portion of the exam is to collect these." Anko started and pulled out two scrolls, one white, one black. One had the kanji for heaven and the other for earth. Each team will get one scroll at random. Your job is to find a team with the other type of scroll and take it from them by any means necessary. Once you collect both heaven and earth scroll, you will head to the tower that's located in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days to collect the scrolls and go to the tower. Absolutely do not open the scrolls until you have reached the tower under any circumstances, or I'll have your head. Anko finished explaining. "Any questions? We are supposed to be in there for 5 days? What do we do for food?" Choji asked, and Anko just laughed. "There's plenty of animals in there, just hunt for your food," Anko replied. "Now if there are no more questions, one person from each team, come up and receive you scroll and waivers that claim the hidden leaf will not be responsible for any deaths or injuries that occur in the Forest of Death." Anko continued, and one by one people went up to collect their scroll. For Team 7, Sasuke went to get the scroll, while a hidden grass genin watched Sasuke with hungry eyes. Sasuke wasn't an idiot either, he made sure to try to pay attention to who got what scroll. Sasuke collected his scroll, which was a heaven's scroll, and did his best to try and conceal it. When he returned to Naruto and Hinata, he whispered in their ear what scroll he got and went to their starting gate. "Alright, since everyone's got their scrolls, start." Anko declared, and everyone rushed inside the gates. Team 7 rushed in and looked for a safe place to come up with a strategy on how to get an earth scroll. "We have a real good advantage. With Naruto's ability to use shadow clones and Hireishin, we can complete this part of the exam really quickly. All we need to do is take an Earth Scroll from someone. Sasuke explained. Let's just find a team with an Earth Scroll and take it from them. It shouldn't be too hard. Naruto yelled and Sasuke covered his mouth. You idiot, you want everyone to know we have a Heaven Scroll? Sasuke scolded while Naruto was struggling to get his hand off. Currently Team 8 was hiding in some bushes watching as Gaara annihilated a hidden Rain Genin team without any mercy whatsoever and took their scroll. Team 8 was frightened to death. Damn, they had an Earth Scroll. Oh well, we should still take it and give another team less of a shot at passing. Kankuro said as he picked up the Earth Scroll that fell out of the Rain Ninja's pocket as Gaara brutally killed them. He killed all three of them without any mercy at all? What kind of monster is he? Kiba internally screamed, too afraid to move let alone run away. The three of you hiding in the bushes better move quickly. Gaara said without even facing their direction, and they jumped out of the bushes as they felt sand touch them on their legs. Kiba, Sakura and Shino were all facing Gaara with an unbearing amount of fear in their heart. What kind of scroll do you three have? Kankuro questioned the three of them and Gaara stared at them with a very bored look. Shino then calmed down as he assessed the situation. He realized that they would also like to avoid Gaara shedding any more blood and are trying to barter their way out of the situation. Why not do the same when they have barter material? Shino spoke up calmly. We have 2 Heaven Scroll. Great, exactly what we need. Are you willing to just trade? I'm not really in a mood for pointless fighting. Tamari suggested and Gaara rose his hand in the same manner as he did using his sand burial. I refuse, I haven't been satisfied yet. Gaara refuted Tamari's suggestion, desiring more bloodshed for himself. Come on Gaara, it really isn't necessary for this. Sometimes you just have to listen to your older siblings. Kankuro yelled at Gaara, grabbing him by his shirt, and his expression didn't change. Gaara then made the hand sign again for the sand burial and created another cork for his guard and shooed away Kankuro's hand. Fine, just this once though. But don't think I will hesitate to kill you if you get in my way again. Gaara said coldly and began walking away. Kiba and Sakura were still scared out their minds, but Shino was a bit more relaxed. Shall we trade then? Shino questioned and Tamari nodded and proceeded to make the trade of both scrolls. After the trade, the sand team made their way to the tower. After they were out of sight, Kiba and Sakura released a deep sigh of relief. Hey Shino, let's take a different route to the tower. I do not want to run into those guys again. Kiba suggested. Yeah, that guy was scary. Sakura added and Shino just nodded and they went about their way. Don't worry Hinata. Naruto will be okay. Sasuke yelled. How did we get into this situation? Naruto just got blown away from an extremely powerful wind jutsu. I just hope he's okay. Team 7 was attacked by a hidden grass genin and Naruto was separated from the team by a wind jutsu. Now Naruto is somewhere facing off against a giant snake. Tisk. I can easily just hear Ishin back to Sasuke and Hinata, but if I don't get rid of this snake it'll just follow me. Naruto said to no one in particular. Naruto was trying to dodge the snake as best as he could, but he didn't really have any powerful jutsu that could take a beast out like that. However, Naruto caught a bright idea and jumped right into the snake's mouth. Thank God I have so much chakra, Naruto thought to himself. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto yelled out and created over 1,000 shadow clones and caused the snake's belly to burst, ultimately killing it. Naruto grinned satisfyingly. Now it's time to help the others, he thought. Fire Style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke said as he spewed out several medium-sized fireballs at the grass genin, who easily dodged the attack. Sasuke then engaged the genin in taijutsu with his Sharingan active. Even though he was trying his best, he still couldn't keep up with the grass nin. Then the grass genin gave a hard kick to Sasuke's midsection and he landed on his feet back next to Hinata, who could barely move because of the kunai wounds she had in her leg. Who are you? Sasuke demanded and the genin just laughed. You've amused me, Sasuke. My name is Orochimaru and I'll give you the power to return honor back to the Uchiha name. Orochimaru said, intriguing Sasuke. What are you talking about? Sasuke questioned. Don't you want to bring justice to the man who caused the Uchiha's name to be in such shambles? To kill the man Fugaku Uchiha? Orochimaru questioned and Sasuke started to shake with rage. What makes you think you know anything about that? Any power you try to offer me, I don't want it, you traitor of the leaf. Sasuke yelled as he rushed Orochimaru in a fit of rage. Kukakuku, you still have much to learn, Sasuke. Orochimaru said and effortlessly dodged Sasuke's punch and extended his neck beyond human capabilities to bite Sasuke on his neck and left a mark of 3 black tomos similar to a fully matured Sharingan. Sasuke screamed in agony and then passed out. Sasuke. Hinata cried out for her fallen teammate. Orochimaru disappeared and an incoming sound team was approaching. Darn, another team is approaching. I don't know if I can defend myself with this wound, let alone both of us. I need to stall enough until Naruto can find us. Hinata thought to herself, assessing her team's situation. Well, look what do we have here, a helpless Hidden Leaf team. Zaku said, who looked at Hinata with a smug grin on his face. Just give us your scroll and we might just let you live. Kin, the female member of their team, warned Hinata. Their third teammate just sat there quiet and looked at Hinata, who got up into a battle position. I'm not gonna give up, I'm not going to run away. That's my ninja way, Hinata declared. Fine, have it your way, girl, Zaku said as he rushed. Hinata prepared herself, but the wound in her leg was just too much and she staggered and Zaku got an easy kick on her. However, she still got back up and into her Jukin stance once again. Decapitating airwaves, Zaku said as he opened his palms towards Hinata and a huge gust of wind blew towards Hinata. Suddenly there was a yellow flash and Naruto saw Sasuke's prone body on the floor. Naruto turned around to see Hinata get hit by that wind jutsu and she looked like she would be down for the count. Naruto then had flashbacks of the time where they were fighting Haku on the bridge. Oh, it seems like their other teammate has come to receive the same treatment, Zaku said smugly, and the rocks around Naruto began to levitate around him. In any anime, if the rocks start levitating, shit is going to get real. An orange-red chakra began to surround Naruto's body, similar to the way it happened at the bridge against Haku. At the same time, a purple aura started to surround Sasuke's body as black marks began to spread along the left side of his body. Sasuke then stood up next to Naruto. What is this chakra? It's so menacing. It's so powerful, Dosu questioned in fear. Is this what Hidden Leaf ninja are like? Kin thought to herself. Zaku still stood there with his smug look on his face. Nice to see you awake, you jerk, Naruto said smiling. I was given this new power. And I'll use it to restore the Uchiha name, Sasuke replied. Now let's destroy the guy who dared to hurt Hinata, Naruto said, and Zaku still had his smug look. Hey, you guys don't scare me one bit, Zaku exclaimed. Supersonic slicing waves. A huge gust of wind blew towards Team 7 and kicked up a lot of dust, and Zaku didn't see them anymore. Guess I overdid it, Zaku said smugly. I wouldn't be too sure of that, said Sasuke, standing in a different position than he was before. Wait, where's the other one? Dosu asked himself. If you're wondering where I am, I'm right here, Naruto said from behind Dosu and kicked him so hard he bumped into Zaku. Fire style. Giant fireball jutsu. Sasuke yelled out as he spewed out a huge fireball towards Dosu, and Zaku and Kin saved them by forcing them to duck. Hey, don't forget about me, Kin shouted as she threw 2 senbon at Sasuke, who effortlessly deflected them with his kunai and threw the same kunai with blinding speed into Kin's knee, incapacitating her from moving. Zaku then got up and rushed Sasuke, who got behind him with blinding speed and grabbed both of Zaku's arms and placed his foot on his back. You seem to be very fond of these arms. It would be a shame if something happened to them, Sasuke taunted Zaku, who started to fear Sasuke. Dosu, who was too scared to do anything, was punched in the face unsuspectingly by Naruto and was knocked out. Hinata looked on, barely conscious, at her 2 teammates who looked like they were overcome by hatred. Then a loud snap was heard as Sasuke pulled on Zaku's arms, breaking both of them. Zaku screamed in agony. Unbeknownst to Hinata, Naruto wasn't entirely acting in the name of hatred. Of course he was angry, but having knowledge of the 9-tailed fox being inside of him allowed him to draw on some power consciously. He saw Sasuke look at Kin with eyes of bloodlust and grabbed Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke. Stop, there is nothing to gain from attacking them anymore. We have their scroll. That's enough, we need to get Hinata out of here, Naruto said, and Sasuke's curse mark began to recede back into the mark on his neck. Fine, let's go, Sasuke said as Naruto picked Hinata up and carried bridal style, much to her delight. After about an hour of traveling, thanking the heavens they didn't run into any more teams on the way to the tower. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the sign that was in the room that they entered. Open the scrolls. Naruto read the sign out loud. Sasuke took out the heaven scroll he had and Naruto took out the earth scroll. They looked at each other and nodded and both opened their scroll at the same time. When they opened it, it was a circle of kanji and began to glow. It's a summoning, Naruto said, and he prepared for battle. A poof of smoke appeared and when it cleared, Kakashi was standing right there with an eye smile. Yo! Kakashi greeted them waving. You're late. Naruto, Sasuke and even Hinata woke up just to tell him that. Kakashi caught a very rare tick mark and yelled. I was summoned, how could I be late? Naruto rubbed the back of his head and apologized. Sorry Kakashi-sensei, it's a common reaction since you always show up late. Kakashi just sighed and continued on what he was about to say. Congratulations on passing the second part of the Chunin exams. But the exam isn't over yet. Now you must wait until the second exam is over. However, Sasuke, come with me, we have to take care of that thing on your neck. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who covered his neck unconsciously curiously. Meanwhile, you guys should get any medical attention that you may need. In a dark room, that looked very much like a place for rituals. In this room was Sasuke, Kakashi and Kushina. Kushina was actually dressed in her shinobi gear. She wore a blue forehead protector with her hair tied up in a high ponytail and strands framing the sides of her face. Her attire consisted of a standard Konoha flag jacket over a black short-sleeved shirt and black form-fitting pants that reached her calves. Sasuke was sitting in the middle of the room with a lot of kanji along the floor and walls. It's been a while since I've been in my shinobi gear, Kushina said, reminiscing a little bit. But now is not the time to reminisce. I have to destroy the evil coming from this curse mark. Darn that Orochimaru. Kushina seethed as she prepared to do work on Sasuke's curse mark. Now Sasuke, you mustn't use this power, it could very well shorten your life. However, I will do work to the seal so that way when you do use it, it won't drive you to become evil like Orochimaru. Kushina warned and Sasuke frowned. But why me? Why must he target me? Sasuke questioned and Kushina frowned too. It must be the Sharingan he's after. Even Orochimaru knows that he could not easily just sneak in the village and snatch an Uchiha child. This was probably his most promising chance. Kakashi input and Kushina nodded. That sounds about right, but since Orochimaru actually is here somewhere in the village, we can definitely be sure of some kind of attack against the village. But prepare yourself Sasuke, this will hurt. Kushina speculated and began the sealing process. After the second exam was over, 6 teams passed. Team 7, 8, 10, Guy's team, Gaara's team, and by some miracle the Hidden Sound team also passed. It was a large room that had a statue of arms performing the ram hand sign. Minato walked in the room with a Jonin by the name of Hayate who wore the same attire as all Jonin, but just with a bandana-style forehead protector and had a chronic coughing problem. Hayate, how many times have I told you to go see Tsunade about that cough? Minato questioned, sweat dropping at Hayate's cough. Cough cough. Apologies Hokage-sama, but I don't get the time to because of all the missions you assign me. Cough cough. Hayate answered and Minato chuckled nervously. Just be sure to go get it checked after the exams, that's your mission. Minato ordered and Hayate nodded. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second portion of the Chunin exams. I'm sure all of you are tired and would like some rest. But too bad, this is the third portion of the exams. Minato explained and some of the genin paled while some complained about getting a break. This portion of the Chunin exam is to test individual ability rather than team effort. You will be fighting in a one-on-one matches in a tournament to decide who gets to advance to the finals. One-on-one fighting? Sounds nice and simple. Now I'm all fired up. Naruto exclaimed. Somewhere in a place called Magnolia, a boy with pink hair sneezed all over his friend, a girl with blonde hair. What the hell was that? Natsu, the blonde girl, yelled at him. Natsu narrowed his eyes and said, "Sorry Lucy, but it feels like someone is stealing my catchphrase. Now if you all would just go up to the sidelines up there, the first match will be announced." Minato said, pointing to what he was talking about. The giant screen began to shuffle through names and the first match was displayed. Oh god no, Sasuke said to himself. Sasuke looked at the computer screen with mortal terror as if he was facing his worst fear in the entire world. But what could have made Sasuke so nervous? You wouldn't think that Sasuke Uchiha would be afraid of anybody, especially in these exams. What's wrong, Sasuke? It's rare to see you so flustered like this. Naruto asked his unusually pale teammate. The screen read, Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka, as the first match of these preliminaries. The feeling of arbitrary decisions being made on my behalf by two fangirls. Sasuke started as he turned to Naruto. What worse fear is there other than that? Naruto laughed as at the young Uchiha, and Hinata giggled at his reaction. Who would have thought someone from the Uchiha clan could express so much emotion? Kakashi input, referring to the Uchiha clan being a very stoic and brooding bunch. Sakura and Ino made their way down from the balcony and stood facing each other. Ha, today is the day I finally get to prove that I'm better than this billboard brow. Ino delcared and Sakura caught a tick mark. Nobody even knows what you're talking about. Everyone knows that I'm the stronger of the two of us. Besides, you're only saying that to try and get Sasuke to notice you. Sakura replied, and Ino caught several tick marks. None of that is even true. And what about you? It wasn't that long ago when you were fawning over him either. In fact, let's make a bet. Ino exclaimed, and Sakura raised an eyebrow, implying for Ino to continue. Sasuke began to sweat even more. Here it comes. Whoever loses has to give up on Sasuke forever. Sakura's eyes widened at this statement before a smirk appeared on her face. Fine by me, Sakura said with the utmost confidence in her ability. Sasuke then began to actually ponder the situation. Maybe if there is a tie, then none of them can chase after me. That might actually work in my favor. But Sasuke, if it's a tie, couldn't the result be the exact opposite? Hinata asked, and made the Uchiha hang his head in defeat. I suppose that's true. Well, if you two are finally ready, cough cough, then you may begin. Hayate said as he stepped back. The two kunoichi dashed towards each other, engaging in a fierce taijutsu, albeit sloppy. They were still naive kids. What did you expect? Sakura threw a right hand at Ino, who grabbed the arm and flipped her onto the ground. Sakura landed on her back but retaliated by doing a backward somersault and sending several kicks towards Ino, who was not expecting such a move and was forced to block until Sakura stood up completely. Once she was up, Ino tried a sweep kick, believing Sakura was still a bit off-balanced and how wrong she was. Sakura jumped over Ino and landed a hard kick to her face, sending her a good distance away. What kind of training were they under this whole time? Because after their genin test they weren't that good. Kakashi questioned, and Kurenai just smirked. I simply had to whip her into shape, that's all. Kurenai replied, and Asuma remained neutral, watching the battle. Hey, you've gotten pretty good billboard brow. Ino slightly praised Sakura as she wiped a tiny bit of blood away from her mouth. Sakura didn't say anything back as she just got back into her battle stance. It seems Sakura got a little more mature since the first part of the exams. I wonder what happened to her. Sasuke thought. This match is awesome. Naruto exclaimed. I have to win. Not just for Sasuke, it'll be for my own. Sakura thought to herself. All her childhood, learning to be a kunoichi, she always looked up to Ino, and now was the time to move past her. Ino went through a few hand signs and then sent flower-like bombs at Sakura. Sakura in turn went through hand signs herself and slammed her palms on the ground. Earth style. Mud wall. Sakura exclaimed, and a big wall of earth rose from the ground to block the bombs, which collided with the wall and destroyed most of the wall, kicking up a lot of dust. Sakura stepped out from the right side of the dust cloud and fell right into Ino's trap. The flower bombs were connected to ninja wire, in which Ino used to run her chakra through and tie Sakura's feet so that she couldn't move. So the bombs were just a diversion for this move. What will you do next, Ino? Asuma thought, a bit proud of his student. Ino then presented another hand sign. Mind transfer jutsu. Ino said as Sakura panicked a little. She couldn't move her feet, but an idea popped into her brain. Sakura then did what she intended, and everyone's sweat dropped. Asuma-sensei, is that supposed to happen when Ino uses that technique? Choji asked as he saw what happened. Sakura fell forward to the ground as stiff as a board. Come on Sakura, don't be beaten so easily. Naruto exclaimed. Proctor, you will have to stop the match. Everyone heard coming from Sakura. Why? Hayate responded. Because Ino Yamanaka will not be able to participate for the next several minutes. Sakura declared as she got up due to the chakra disappearing from the ninja wire because of Ino's lack of consciousness. So she fell forward to avoid the jutsu because it's a jutsu that requires the target to remain completely still. And the fact that only legs were unable to move, she took advantage of it and timed it perfectly so that the technique would miss. Smart girl. Minato thought, truly impressed with their battle. I declare the winner of this match Sakura Haruno. Hayate declared. Sakura was heading back to the balcony to watch the rest of the match. Sakura was clearly exhausted. She glanced up and saw Sasuke looking at her. Sasuke didn't say anything, he just smiled slightly, and it made Sakura's heart jump for joy. Maybe this isn't so bad. Sasuke thought to himself as he looked at the big board display another match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Sasuke didn't say anything about his matchup and just proceeded to the center of the room and prepared for his next match. The match goes the same way it does in canon. Nice job Sasuke, though I wouldn't expect any less from the Academy Rookie of the Year. Kakashi said in praise of his student. Peef, I can do that. Naruto said, trying to prove he's better than his rival, and Sasuke just grunted at his comment. The screen proceeded to show the next match. Kankuro vs Masumi Tsurugi. Alright, finally it's my turn. Kankuro said as he hopped down from his perch, and Masumi just casually walked down the stairs. A word of advice before we begin. Once I activate my jutsu, just give up, it'll be easier if you do. Masumi warned Kankuro, who chuckled a little. It's funny cuz I was about to say the same thing to you. Kankuro replied, and Hayate started the match. Is there even a point to describe the matches against the fodder ninja? The winner is Kankuro. Hayate declared, and Kankuro took his puppet and went back up to the balcony. That was a pretty boring match. Naruto said as he leaned on the railing with a bored expression. When is it going to be my turn? Naruto and Kiba said at the same time. The big board began to shuffle through names once again and displayed Kiba Inuzuka vs Choji Akamichi. Woohoo, it's finally my turn. Kiba celebrated as he jumped down from the viewers area and faced his husky opponent. Aw man, I just hope I don't have to exhaust myself. Choji said as he finished his bag of chips. If you're ready, you may begin. Hayate told them as he jumped back. Kiba and Choji got right down to business. Akamaru transformed into Kiba and got on top of him. Choji used his expansion jutsu and became as big as a large boulder. Fang over Fang. Human boulder. The two techniques collided with each other, neither of them wanting to give any ground, and kicked up so much dust that it covered up the two and forced people to cover their eyes. However, when the dust cloud cleared up, it revealed something nobody expected. Both Choji and Kiba were down for the count. They put so much force on their attacks that they canceled each other out, and this is the result. Minato said, sweat dropping, and Kushina chuckled a little bit. Well, one is pretty lazy and one is a hothead. So I kind of expected something like this. Neither one wanted to give any ground. Kushina replied. This match is a tie. Hayate declared. The next few matches started to go by very quickly. Tamari vs Tenten. Tamari won easily. Shikamaru vs Kin. Shikamaru forced Kin to give up. Shino vs Zaku. Zaku lost because he was too arrogant. Geez, when is it going to be my turn? I'm tired of waiting, you know. Naruto asked in frustration. Pay attention, you idiot, it is your turn. Sasuke retorted at his teammate whining loudly in his ear. Naruto Uzumaki vs Dosu Kinuta is what the screen displayed, and Naruto's expression went from excited to complete seriousness as he jumped down to face his opponent. Do your best, Naruto. Kushina yelled out, nearly jumping out of her seat. Do you see his expression, Kushina? That's not a face he makes that often. Minato told Kushina, who was too excited to even care about what he was saying. All she cared about was her baby boy doing his best. Are you two ready? Hayate asked, and the two battling shinobi nodded. Begin. Hayate coughed before he jumped back, and before Dosu could even move his hand, he saw a yellow flash asnd. By then it was over. Naruto held his neck by a Hiraishin kunai and said, it's over, don't even think about moving. Everybody was awestruck by what happened except his teammates, of course. Sasuke just smirked and made his usual grunt. That was amazing, Naruto-kun, Hinata thought to herself, and Kakashi pondered. He usually isn't that serious about facing an opponent. Did something happen between them in the forest? Minato wept anime tears proudly for his son. That's my boy. It's like I'm looking at a younger me. I'm so proud. Kushina was weeping tears too. My little boy is growing up so quickly. I'm so proud of him. The winner of this match due to a clear victor is Naruto Uzumaki. Hayate declared. But how? How are you so fast? Dosu demanded to have answer to why he lost so easily. Naruto began walking away from Dosu silently before he turned and looked at him. Because I'm Naruto Uzumaki. There's no other explanation to give you. Naruto responded and Dosu was seething with rage and blindly tried to attack Naruto until the original Yellow Flash stepped in and gave him a look so frightening it made him stop in his tracks. Attacking an opponent when you've already lost, that's not the way of a proper shinobi. Anbu, take him away. Don't worry about them. The woman over there is the one you should worry about. Minato said seriously, pointing towards Kushina, whose hair was swaying as if it were tails with a very evil expression. Naruto is really like a clone of Minato-sensei. It's actually kind of scary. Kakashi said. That kid is faster than Lee. Guy said in complete shock at Naruto's performance. All the Jonin-senseis stared at Kakashi, wondering what kind of training he was giving his genin. Hey, don't look at me, I didn't teach him that. Kakashi said nonchalantly. The preliminaries were close to its end. This made Hinata very nervous because all of the people who were left were tough opponents. Her teammates took notice of this too. Naruto went up to Hinata and said, "You'll have to fight one of these strong guys, but don't worry, you're strong too, and as long as you believe in yourself you can beat anybody." Naruto's words of encouragement reduced her doubt to a bare minimum, and Sasuke also encouraged her a bit. Part of the reason we're even here is because of you. Remember that, Sasuke said, and the big board displayed the next match, which was probably going to be one of the most interesting matches of the day. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. A lot of the spectators were in a bit of shock that two members of the same clan will be battling each other in the Chunin exams. A battle of the gentle fist. This should be interesting to watch indeed. Minato thought to himself as Hayate started the match. You should just quit, Lady Hinata, you are no match for me. It is your destiny to lose to me. Neji warned Hinata, who was a little taken back by his words. Don't listen to him, Hinata. Destiny only tells you what's likely, not what it is for sure. If you don't like your destiny, then don't accept it. Naruto exclaimed, trying to give Hinata encouragement. After his words, her expression changed into one of unwavering determination. Such a passionate voice. I wonder where he got that from. Minato said, looking at Kushina. Hey, what can I say? We Uzumaki have a thing for speaking. Kushina said smugly, and Minato's sweat dropped. Yeah, sometimes you guys speak a little too much. Minato whispered to himself. What was that? Kushina asked with an all too familiar smile. Nothing. It doesn't matter what you think of me, Neji. All that matters is what I think of myself. Hinata declared as she got into her gentle fist stance. Fine then, but I will not be responsible for what happens to you. Neji responded as he got into his gentle fist stance as well. The two began to battle in a fierce taijutsu battle, neither one of them giving an edge. However, Hinata knew that Neji was better at the gentle fist, and that's why she desired to have other ways of attacking other than the gentle fist. Flashback. Kakashi-sensei, what are these? Naruto asked as him and his teammates were holding small sheets of paper. The sheets of paper react to even the smallest amount of chakra and will tell you what nature your chakra is. If it's fire, it'll burn. If it's wind, it'll rip. If it's water, it'll get soggy. If it's lightning, it'll become crumpled. If it's earth, it'll crumble. Kakashi explained as he held up a piece of paper himself, and it crumpled. See, this means my chakra nature is lightning. Now you do it. Kakashi instructed, and they did as they were told. Naruto's paper ripped, Hinata's paper got wet, and Sasuke's paper, to Kakashi's surprise, crumpled. That's peculiar. You'd assume your primary nature was fire, being from the Uchiha clan and all. But it's not all that rare for someone to wield two elements. I'm not surprised for Naruto, seeing as how his father also has wind chakra nature. As for Hinata, well, it's not that often you see a water-style user in the land of fire. Kakashi explained. So what now? Sasuke asked. I'm going to teach you jutsu that you can use with your chakra nature. However, Sasuke, you're a different case in which I won't go into detail just yet. Kakashi explained, and Sasuke made a tisk noise in a disappointing manner. You're teaching them elemental jutsu at such a young age? Kakashi, you seem to be in a bit of a hurry, said a voice seemingly from behind them. Coming from the guy who taught Sasuke how to use fire style when he was 7 years old. Kakashi responded and they turned to see Itachi coming. "What are you doing here, brother?" Sasuke asked and Itachi shrugged. "Just passing through really. Kakashi-sensei. The Hyuga clan is a clan that's not very big on using any techniques other than the gentle fist. Are you sure it's okay for me to learn elemental ninjutsu?" Hinata asked, and before Kakashi could answer Itachi spoke up. "Holding on to the ideas of your clan alone will limit you in your abilities." Itachi responded and Hinata just nodded in response. Flashback end. Hinata jumped back from Neji and weaved a few hand signs. Neji raised an eyebrow seeing as how the Hyuga were pretty strict on using only the gentle fist but prepared for anything. "See, that just goes to show you that you're not befitting of a real Hyuga relying on other techniques but the gentle fist." Neji mocked Hinata, whose determination didn't even waver. "I'm fighting to prove my worth as a shinobi, not a member of the Hyuga clan." Water style. Water wall. Hinata declared and inhaled deeply as a huge stream of water came flowing from her mouth towards Neji at a fast rate. He had no choice but to dodge her jutsu. Her water wall was so powerful it made water cover the entire arena floor. "Wow, such a strong water jutsu. I'm impressed," Kurenai said in amusement. "Yeah, you wouldn't think someone of her demeanor would pull off such a jutsu." Asuma commented as they watched Neji avoid the water. However, once she was done, he wasted no time in closing the distance between himself and Hinata, engaging in another taijutsu bout. However, Hinata's chakra dropped to below half her reserves with the amount of force she put into that jutsu just now. It was hard for her to keep up with Neji, who was succeeding in closing a few of her chakra points. The battle soon became one-sided, however. "Go Hinata, you can do it." Naruto cheered on his teammate and watched get knocked down by Neji. Watching this almost made him feel her pain. Several of her chakra points were closed and she was in too much pain to force them all open right then, but she wouldn't allow herself to give up. No matter how many times Neji knocked her down, she would continue to get back up. That was until Neji struck a fatal blow in the left side of her chest, closing the chakra point near her heart. Neji was so confused. Why wouldn't she quit? "Why won't you quit already? You're no match," Neji questioned. As Hinata struggled to get up, she wiped some blood away from her face and said, "I'll never run away. I won't go back on my word because that's my ninja way," Hinata stated, and Naruto was shocked. However, bad went to worse when she finally got up. Neji hit her with another gentle fist strike to the chest that should have knocked her out cold. However, nobody could believe their eyes. Hinata was getting up and limping slowly towards Neji with a palm raised. Neji was too shocked to even attack her again. As soon as it looked like she was going to strike, she fell forward unconscious, however she never hit the ground. Naruto caught her and let her down slowly. Neji said, "I warned her and she still didn't listen. You can't betray your destiny. Just shut up already," Naruto said as he walked over to where some of Hinata's blood was and dipped his hand in. "On this blood of my teammate, I vow to win," Naruto said as held out the bloody hand towards Neji. "Hey, well, we'll see about that," Neji said nonchalantly as he casually walked back to the balcony as prepared to watch his teammate do battle with Gaara. Naruto looked on with sad eyes as he watched Hinata being carried off on a stretcher, but proceeded to go back up on the balcony. The final match began, Gaara vs Rock Lee. A.N. It goes just like how it goes in canon. I apologize, but I wasn't really sure how to spice up the match better than how it was in canon, but if you guys have ideas I'll come back and update the chapter. With the preliminaries over, Minato got up and approached the center of the room. 9 victors, huh? Well, that's a pretty bad number, Minato said. However, all 9 of you come here, he continued, and Minato pulled out a box with several sticks coming out of it. Each of you will pull out a stick that has a number on it. However, if your paddle has a question mark on it, that means you will not know who your opponent is, but it will be someone who participated today. The way this works is 1 will fight 8, 2 will fight 7, and so on and so forth. Minato finished explaining and everyone grabbed their number and they saw who had what number on the big screen. 1. Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha, Aburame, Nara, no Tamari, no Kankuro, no Gaara, Hyuga, Sakura Haruno. All the respective opponents stared each other down except for Shikamaru, who thought it would be too troublesome to do that. The finals will begin 1 month from now. Any questions? Minato asked and Shikamaru raised his hand. If this is a tournament, then will only one of us become Chunin at the end? Shikamaru asked and Minato shook his head. These matches are for the judges to decide whether or not you are worthy of becoming Chunin. It's not just about being strong and winning. It could happen that everyone passes, only one passes, a few pass, or even no one passes. It's up to the judges. Minato explained and saw Sakura raise her hand. So how will I know who I'm going to fight when I have the question mark? Sakura asked, and Minato smiled slightly. That's where you are at both an advantage and disadvantage. Being a Chunin means being prepared for anything and you'll be judged on how well you prepared, but it's a double-edged sword. It could be anyone who participated, so you have to prepare for anyone. He explained and saw no more hands raised. Well, if there's no more questions, you have 1 month to train and prepare to the best of your ability. You are dismissed, Minato said, and everyone bowed except Naruto and left. So Dad, what are you gonna teach me to prepare for the exams? Naruto asked. I can't teach you anything at the moment, son. It wouldn't be fair if the Hokage taught one of the participants now, would it? Minato responded and Naruto pouted. Man, I need to learn some new jutsu if I'm going to be fighting Sasuke. Naruto complained. Well, if you want I could teach you some more. Kushina said, smiling, and Naruto paled. No thanks mom, you've already helped me plenty. Naruto replied and Kushina laughed heartily as the family walked out of the building. Sasuke was on his way home until he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Sasuke, come with me, I will be training you to prepare for the final exams. Kakashi said to him, and Sasuke didn't hesitate to nod. Well, I'll take him off your hands if you want me to, said another familiar voice to the Namikaze Uzumaki family. Jiraiya sensei, pervy sage, Naruto and Minato said at the same time, and Jiraiya's sweat dropped at the name Naruto gave him. I'll train you, kid, besides I wanted to take on another disciple anyway. Jiraiya said with a toothy smile. Well, you'll only be teaching him ninjutsu, right? Kushina said with a smile, though the smile read murderous intent all over it. Yes, ma'am. It was the day after the preliminaries and all those who advanced to the final round were working their butts off. Some who didn't make it were training really hard for the hopes to be selected to face Sakura in the final round. The standings were set up in a tournament style, in which number 1 would play number 8. So what are you going to teach me, pervy sage? Naruto asked and Jiraiya got a tick mark. Would you stop calling me that? Jiraiya asked and Naruto shook his head. Not until you stop being a pervert. Naruto responded and Jiraiya sighed in defeat. I've already talked to your father, so I know you're already familiar with the 9 tails. Jiraiya said. I'm going to teach you how to use its power to your advantage. However, you must use up all of one chakra before you can use the other. Jiraiya explained. Ooh, are you gonna teach me some super powerful tailed beast technique? Naruto asked excitedly and Jiraiya took the giant scroll off his back. Not quite, but it is a powerful technique that will be exclusive to us. Jiraiya responded as he opened up the large scroll. Here, sign your name in blood right there in that empty space. Jiraiya said and Naruto complied. This is a summoning contract for toads. I will be teaching you how to summon toads for battle. Jiraiya explained as he performed the hand signs needed. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya said as he slammed his hand on the ground and a large poof of smoke appeared and a large toad appeared. Naruto was amazed by the toad. You use these hand signs: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. You draw blood from yourself by biting your thumb or wherever you can get blood easily. The amount chakra you use depends on the size of the toad you summon. Go on, try it for yourself. Jiraiya explained. Naruto did exactly what he told him and Naruto summoned a tiny toad. It's tiny, Jiraiya said and Naruto got a tick mark. Don't mock me, I guarantee you I'll get it next time, Naruto declared as he went through the process again. A big poof of smoke appeared and when it cleared, smaller toad than before appeared. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen someone get progressively worse during training, Jiraiya said with fake interest and Naruto was shaking with frustration. Naruto went through the jutsu over and over again, but the largest toad he was able to summon was the toad Jiraiya summoned at first. Jiraiya sighed and told Naruto to follow him. They went towards a huge canyon that had many spikes protruding from the walls of the canyon. Why'd you bring me here, pervy sage? Naruto asked and Jiraiya gave a toothy smile. To train, of course. You'd better summon a toad or else you'll die. Jiraiya warned as he didn't give Naruto time to react as he just kicked Naruto into the canyon. Whaa! Naruto screamed, then he focused and went through the summoning jutsu hand signs. Come on you stupid fox. Loan me some chakra as rent, Naruto thought, and the nine tails actually complied. Naruto summoned a giant toad with a blue-colored vest that has the kanji for oil on the back of it. Huh? Who summoned me in this situation? The giant toad asked angrily. It was me sir, I summoned you. Naruto responded nervously. You little blonde brat, you summoned me? You must be Minato's child. The giant toad said. Hold on tight boy, if you can't hold on I'll never make you my henchman. The toad continued. It seems like he actually died. Minato and Kushina sure aren't going to be happy. Jiraiya said. Then the giant toad came up from the canyon causing a giant breeze to blow. Jiraiya looked up and smiled proudly at Naruto's accomplishment. Oi Bunta, what are you up to? Jiraiya asked, and Bunta turned towards Jiraiya. So Jiraiya, you're the one who gave this boy the summoning contract. Is he Minato's kid? Bunta asked, and Jiraiya nodded. That's right, and quite the prodigy he is. He's already mastered the Hiraishin. Jiraiya said proudly about his godson. That may be so, but if you can't stay on my back until the sun goes down, you can't be my henchman. Bunta said, and Naruto nodded. Then Bunta began hopping around wildly as Naruto tried desperately to hold on. Somewhere in the outskirts of Konoha, Sasuke was training with Kakashi using the Chidori. Sasuke had just done the Chidori for the second time that day and he was breathing pretty heavily. Kakashi had his face buried inside an Icha book. Alright Sasuke, that's enough for today. Kakashi said, and Sasuke scowled. No, I have to try it one more time. Sasuke said as he began weaving the hand signs for his Chidori, and Kakashi grabbed his arm. There won't be a next time. You're clearly at your limit. If you attempt it again it won't work, and you know what happens when your chakra reaches 0, don't you? Kakashi asked, and Sasuke made a tisk noise. Not only will the jutsu not work, but in the worst case scenario when your chakra hits 0, you'll die. Kakashi explained. But it seems you've got plenty of energy left. Come at me with taijutsu. Kakashi said, still reading his book as Sasuke jumped away from Kakashi and entered a battle position. Sakura was wandering around the village pondering something. I really need to train to prepare for the final round, but I don't even know who my opponent is going to be. Well, I guess I should work on taijutsu. It probably is the best counter for everything. But it's difficult when you're training by yourself. Sakura thought as she hung her head low. She bumped into another woman who was wearing a green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back in a red circle with blonde hair tied in 2 loose ponytails. The woman turned around and it revealed to be Tsunade, who looked down at Sakura. Is there something I can help you with? Tsunade asked, and Sakura looked as if she was about to ask something but decided against it. I'm sorry, I was just passing by. Sakura responded as she was about to continue walking until Tsunade stopped her. Wait, aren't you going to the finals in the Chunin exams? Why aren't you training like everyone else? Tsunade asked, and Sakura stared at the ground. Well, Kurenai-sensei went on a mission, so there's no one to help me. Sakura replied sadly, and Tsunade laughed. I'll just have to take it upon myself and help you. Tsunade said, and Sakura looked up with a gleam in her eyes before she was face to face with Tsunade's chest. Huge, Sakura thought. Do you really mean it, Lady Tsunade? Sakura asked, and she nodded. Sakura hugged Tsunade tightly with joy, and Tsunade pushed her off. But I warn you, this training is not something to take lightly. Tsunade said with a scary-looking face that made Sakura swallow a lump in her throat. They then went off in a secluded training ground, similar to the one Team 7 trains at. I'll be teaching you chakra control, Tsunade said, and Sakura pouted. But I'm already good at chakra control. Sakura whined, and Tsunade held up her index finger. Is that so? But can you do this? Tsunade asked before putting her finger on the ground and forcing the ground to start shattering. Saying Sakura was surprised was an understatement. Whoa, you can do that with just chakra control? Sakura asked excitedly, and Tsunade nodded. However, I won't be teaching you that just yet. I will teach you medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said, and Sakura pouted again. I wanted to learn how to destroy the ground like that. Sakura complained. Listen Sakura, Jutsu used to save a person's life will always be far more valuable than a jutsu that can destroy. Always remember that. Tsunade lectured and her pink-haired student just nodded. The other Chunin exam finalists were all training with their respective teams and clan members. Everyone wanted to be victorious in the Chunin exams in order to achieve that next rank. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was somewhere scheming, plotting the destruction of the Hidden Leaf with Kabuto, the traitor. Everyone was working hard in their own right, even those working towards evil. Minato was in his office using shadow clones to do his paperwork while he just sat back on the couch relaxing. Minato. The Nine Tails called from within him. Yes, Kyuubi? Minato answered and the Nine Tails growled. I give you my name and you still refer to me by my tails? Kurama asked and Minato rubbed the back of his head with an awkward smile. Sorry, Kurama, but what do you want to speak to me about? Minato asked. I can feel it, there's a storm coming, a massive one. Kurama warned and Minato looked confused. If it's about the invasion, we're already prepared for that. Minato replied and Kurama shook his head. No, it's something worse. Far worse, one that you thought you'd never see in your life. Kurama warned. You're not making any sense, Kurama, what's coming? Minato asked. I'm not sure, but I can feel it. The pressure is strong. Kurama responded and then there was a knock on Minato's door. Come in, Minato said and the door opened revealing to be his adopted daughter holding what seemed to be like a lunchbox. You forgot your lunch, again. Aika said and Minato chuckled awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. Tell your mother I said thank you. And thank you for delivering it. Minato said taking the lunchbox from her and she turned around getting ready to leave the room. You don't want to have lunch with your old man? Minato asked with a smile and she stopped. I'm going to lunch with Itachi before he leaves to go on that mission. Aika responded as she left out the door. Minato watched her leave and then he suddenly felt his heart banging in his chest. He clutched his chest and retreated back into his mindscape. Kurama, that storm you were just talking about. I think I feel it too. Minato said. Could it have to do with your oldest one? Kurama asked and Minato nodded. I think so, if that feeling I felt just now came from when I saw her leaving, it must be her. Minato responded. What does this mean though? Minato asked himself. In the Uchiha clan, Shisui and Itachi were discussing the matters of Orochimaru's invasion plan. Have you ever met Orochimaru? Itachi asked and Shisui shook his head. I've seen him a few times but I've never officially met him. But from what I hear about him he's a force to be reckoned with. Shisui responded. People say he's the strongest of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi told me he fought him once. He says Orochimaru is the most intimidating person he's ever fought. Itachi said and Shisui smiled. I'd love to see how I fare against him. Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin vs Shisui of teleportation. Match of the century. Shisui announced as he did a heroic pose causing Itachi to laugh. Even though you're the clan leader you're still the same old Shisui. Itachi said as he continued to pack his things preparing for his mission. Where are you going on your mission again? Shisui asked. Lord Hokage gave me the task of investigation the Sound Village to see if we can find any information about the invasion. I leave the village in an hour. Itachi responded as he got up and was just about ready to leave. Ooh, but you're going to go see your little girlfriend first, aren't you? Shisui teased and Itachi didn't express any emotion as he just blankly stared at Shisui. Yes I am. Itachi responded coolly. Well before you go take this with you. Shisui said as he dug through his pocket and pulled out a blue plastic square with a small circle within it. Then in a flash it was quickly cut in half by Itachi while it was still in Shisui's hand who started laughing hysterically. It's not that kind of situation Shisui. Itachi said with his cheeks sporting a dark red color. Relax Itachi, I'm only messing with you. Shisui said with a slight chuckle. But remember, as you're on that mission, Shisui started. Come back alive, of course. Itachi interrupted and they both smiled as Itachi went out on his way. And don't use your Mangekyo Sharingan too much. Shisui called out. Aika and Itachi were sitting in one of the Hidden Leaf's dango shops eating some of the said food and drinking some tea. I was surprised that you're not going to help Sasuke train for the Chunin exams. Aika said as she ate the pink-colored dumpling first. But I got this mission. Besides I'm sure Kakashi-san can help him just fine. Itachi responded and then took a sip of his tea. And what about you? I thought you would be helping Naruto. Itachi continued as he placed the cup on the table. Jiraiya is training him, besides he's getting pretty strong pretty fast. Aika said proudly about her younger brother. Sure, but he's still not going to be strong enough to beat Sasuke. Itachi said jokingly, and Aika chuckled. How has Sasuke been since that time? She asked. He's been training almost any chance he gets. Kakashi-san said that he wants to restore the Uchiha name by killing a certain man. Itachi said. An Avenger, huh? I hope he doesn't get consumed by hatred. Aika said, and Itachi made a small smile. He won't be consumed by hatred. He is my younger brother after all. Itachi declared. They finished up their meal and walked towards Hidden Leaf Gates. Itachi, do you really think Naruto will always need me? Or anyone for that matter? Aika said with a sad expression as she stared down at the ground. No matter what path we take, we will always need you. Some people do like to be alone once in a while and be independent. However, there is no one alive who can bear solitude. Itachi said as he held her hands and she looked up at him. Even if you were to succumb to darkness and become evil, remember this. Itachi started as he kissed Aika with so much love, so much passion, she blushed madly and accepted it. Itachi broke the kiss and held her close. He held her head towards his chest and said, "We will always love you. I'll always love you too," Aika said with a shaky voice, tears running down her face. Itachi patted her head and began walking out of the Hidden Leaf Gates. Aika thought back to all the fun and happy times she had with Itachi, Naruto and the rest of her family. She would never forget what Minato had told her the day Naruto came home from being bullied by kids calling him a demon. Flashback. Daddy, how come they treat Naruto the way they do? Don't they know you're his father and the Hokage? A position of power isn't enough to stop people from being evil. It takes a village to raise a child. When everyone is not on the same page, some families become dysfunctional. Minato answered. I'm an outsider, you guys aren't my actual parents. So how are we a family? Aika asked, and Minato placed his hand on her head. Just like a flower can't choose where it blooms, children can't choose their parents. But family is not something that is decided by blood relation. It comes from feeling, the bond you share with someone. Besides, you just called me daddy, didn't you? End flashback. Aika's face changed into a determined look as if she has a personal vengeance. She balled up her fist and thought to herself. Ever since I was taken in, people looked at me as an outsider, that I have no real family. How could I ever resent my loved ones Minato, Kushina, Naruto, Itachi and more? I would be ungrateful, that's why I've decided. Orochimaru, if you ever attack my village, I'll have your head. She ran off to one of the training grounds to begin her own training. Later in the evening, Naruto was all worn out from desperately trying to stay on the toad the entire day. Bunta leapt for one final time and landed on in front of a perch that Jiraiya was sitting on, spying on women at the hot spring. He turned around after being startled by the loud noise and shockwave. Yo Bunta, Naruto, you guys finished already? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto jumped off the toad onto the grass. Yap, pervy sage, it was a piece of, Naruto said until he fell onto the ground unconscious, clearly exhausted from the amount of energy he had to spend just to stay on top of Bunta. I've got to give him credit, Jiraiya, he's got some grit. Bunta said, and Jiraiya gave him a toothy grin as he jumped down from his perch and slung Naruto over his shoulders. Well, he's the son of the fourth Hokage after all, probably my best student. Jiraiya said proudly. Say Bunta, do you think he might be the one? Jiraiya asked, and Bunta cackled loudly. No way, this runt? Come on Jiraiya, you can't be serious. Bunta said. Maybe, but I guarantee you he'll be something special someday. THSTA all for now. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments.